shade? Trump cover song that Nancy Sings Big Singing Channel presents Wrecking Ball. Please share, like, and subscribe to support Trump. Thank you. They cheat, they lie, our hearts ache. We were tricked, never asking why. We fight, we fell under the light, our hearts ache. We were tricked.
Baja has told me I'm not allowed to play Danzy. So I guess I'm not allowed to play Danzy anymore. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. MMO Addicted, thank you for subscribing with 10 months. A Colston with 20 bits says, I haven't watched the debate yet, but I sense some hardcore right-wing cope in the comments. Oh, it's gonna be terrible. Mix Gothy Queer says, with an 11-month streak, holy shit, almost a year. I know, it's crazy, right? Bardlock Moses, thank you for 100 bits. Ambiguous Samus, thank you for subscribing with 9 months, says, happy sub, baby Hannah, thanks for all the great content. I love hanging out in your streams. You're one of the funniest creators out there. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. MMO Addicted says, bits for more Danzy with 500 bits. Bardlock Moses with 100 bits says, bits for Baja. Crizia, thank you for gifting 10 subs to the community. MW1642 with 200 bits says, love the dark lipstick. Looks great. Thank you. What's today? The 27th? 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting today, we only have 5 days to reach our March sub goal. Level 4 complete already. Dang. That's crazy. Hold on, I do have to put some sort of music on, though. I don't want just deafening silence in the background as I talk. That'll do. Be very careful, John says, gimme Danzy, please. I told you, I'm not allowed. Dan Rossi Draws says, it's been a while since I got tuned into the stream this early. Well, welcome. Quig, the Chig, says, bits for no Danzy. Thank you. Batty Bell, thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs to the community. Appreciated. Much appreciated. Bitter Old Ass Broad, thank you for gifting a sub. And Quig, thanks for gifting a sub. Wow, did we already reach level 5? I think this is the quickest we've ever reached level 5. We've only been live for like 3 minutes. Technically, with the intro, it's more, but the hype train started around the same time that I actually came onto the camera, so. Have I seen the Poop Girl cooking for her man video? No, I can pull it up. It was just on Liberty Hangout, I assume. Bardlock Moses with 50 bits. Tem gets mad that I cook for my husband. Caitlin, I don't care. Cook. That's great. That's fine. Just making it a whole thing is kind of weird, but do you? She's got pearls on. Interesting cooking in a pair of pearls, but that's her choice. Did I see this idiotic argument? Let me see what it was. Yes. That's part of the manga cope we're gonna watch, so I'm not gonna watch it quite yet. Puka the Duka with 100 bits says, yay, you're ready for a stream. Wow, we're already at 238% of the hype train. Makra 3940, thanks for subscribing with Prime with 5 months. Bardlock Moses says, pearl necklace. Yeah. We get it. So let's take a look at what we're looking at today while the hype train finishes up. It's got about 3 minutes left. So this is the big one today. This is going to take up the vast majority of the stream based on the length of it. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. And this is a debate in which Bryson Gray, MAGA rapper and homophobe, and John Doyle, homophobe and adult man-child, decide to debate people in the LGBT community. This is the same channel on which Blair White and that other lady debated John Doyle and that, like, really, really terrible lady. Either way, this is gonna be a nightmare. So we'll check it out. Peter is back. And do you see how excited Peter is? The delusions are peaking. I say they're peaking. He's in a perpetual state of conspiracy peaking. I count this for Chud Watch because it's all about Trump, and it's about him wanting Trump to do a military coup, which is pretty chuddy. Felix Night Owl says, do you dabble in drawing or any other visual arts? I really want to get good, but I suck. I don't. I can't even draw stick figures. One sec. One second. I gotta do something for the kitty. Be back in just a sec. Listen to this music. Wow, 263% of the hype train, that's crazy. Hardlock Moses with 100 bits says, I might go AFK for that debate. Too much cringe before dinner. Yeah, you don't want to get indigestion. Trash... Oh, I gotta turn this down. Sorry. Trash Vamp 666, thanks for subscribing for 6 months. Says 6 months. And I think that's all caught up. Beautiful. Zealous55, thank you for gifting a sub to the community. I don't know why that I think the counter, for some reason, only counts, like, new subs. I don't know why. Like, I'm pretty sure if it counted every single time someone re-upped a sub, or... I don't know, it just doesn't count them all, and I don't get why. That was a good hype train. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate all the support for the show. Keeps the lights on, keeps my computer running, keeps the internet a-buzzing, or whatever the internet does, and lets us keep doing this fun show together, so I very much appreciate it. Maybe sub points? That would probably be a good idea. I might switch it to sub points next month. Things that I shouldn't crave. Okay, so what else? We have Peter's crazy conspiracy stuff. That's an Amazon page that I was looking at. This is Right Wing Cope. This is Right Wing Watch and Patriot Take. So we'll do a little bit of that in a sec. And this is, I guess, Caitlin cooking for her husband, which I don't care about, but I guess she thinks I'm triggered because she's cooking. Bitter old ass broad with 100 bits says, oh no, not Bryson. John Doyle probably doesn't even like him. Such insecure snowflakes. John Doyle makes some pretty disingenuous arguments from what I saw, but I didn't watch most of it, so it'll be a journey for all of us to take together. Either way, though, I think it's time to do some right-wing cope before we get into the main course that is the John Doyle debate. So let's see what they've been up to lately, shall we? No, is there nobody left here from the 2015 The Donald and 4chan roots? We memed Emperor Trump into office. Meme magic is real. Boomers and doomers need to study up. Yeah, because your 63-year-old grandfather who decided to vote for Trump because he thought he'd bring his coal job back. Regular 4chan shit poster. Spends a lot of time in B. That's a good look for him. He should stick with that. MMO Addicted says, I am triggered that she's cooking in such nice clothes. Cooking is messy. Put an apron on, Caitlin. That's how you can tell she doesn't actually cook. Biden says, on this National Day of Action and Healing, my administration stands united with the Asian American community in the face of rising violence. Hate can have no safe harbor in America. It must stop, and it's on all of us together to make it stop. Cares, win a real election or I'm coughing on people. Jesus Christ. Someone sent me this earlier, but I wanted to save it for this. This is, a politician in Montana. I don't know if it's their governor or whatever, but he had this to say.
The flood of Mexican meth, Mexican heroin, Mexican fentanyl. 20 years ago in Montana, meth was homemade. It was homegrown. And it had purity levels less than 30%. Today, the meth that is getting into Montana is Mexican cartel.
You gotta. We need more mom and pop meth shops. Back in my day, bikers would cook meth in a trailer until it exploded, and we liked it. Logarth with 20 bits, just cook naked. That's a good idea until you gotta cook some bacon, and then it's a disaster waiting to happen, okay? Sorry, I'm just checking something real quick. They should look at forgiving medical debt for cancer patients instead of student loans. Education is a choice. Cancer is not. Porque no los dos. You can do both. I think we should do both. Let's go with both. Probably a Lannister. Thank you for subscribing for 5 months. Thrash Mio says, they took her myth! Bardlock Moses says, Walter White wasn't the good guy. Yeah, he's a bad dude. My bread pill moment came about when this isn't true, by the way. This is a parody post of Ben. This is not real. My hashtag red pill moment came about when I turned 7 years old. My mom sent me to school with cupcakes for my birthday, and the teacher made me share them with my classmates, even the poor ones whose mothers never sent cupcakes for their birthdays. The rage of that day has never left me. Remember that time someone said to Bernie Sanders, like, you should have to share your birthday cake with other people because you're a socialist, Bernie. And then everyone just dunked on him because they're like, yeah, that's how birthday cake works. You're not supposed to eat a whole cake by yourself. It's not to say I never have, but you're really not supposed to. Overthought with 50 bits says Microlab meth, and then all the hipsters move in. I'm thinking of a meth dispensary with the same, like, sort of... You ever go to, like, a weed dispensary? A legal one, obviously, it's a dispensary, and it's kind of like a chill, you know, because it's a bunch of stoners who run it, for the most part. I like to imagine the same thing, but for meth, a meth dispensary, and everyone's like, they're just trying to get off the clock. No employee of the meth place has worked there for longer than a week, because they all end up stealing the meth. I shouldn't make light of people with meth addictions. It's horrifying, but, you know. Nowhere. Conservatism is literally about keeping everything as is. Ironically, it's called a movement. No, it isn't. It's about maintaining order and core values as the everything else inevitably changes. God. The thing is, though, conservatism isn't even that anymore. Conservatism isn't them being like, all right, where we are now, let's stop. Oh, hi, Squid. Welcome. It's not that. It's them being like, hey, you know this? Not even the real 1950s where there were strong unions and high tax rates for the wealthy or anything. Their imaginary Leave It to Beaver 1950s. They're like, let's go back to that. No more gay people or non-white people. Like, no, that's not conservatism. Oh, God. 4-spot parking with a placard in the back that says Pence is a traitor with a noose. That's a threat. Don't do that. Picture of Donald Trump on a golf course. I would love to cruise around with him. I probably wouldn't even say anything, just enjoy his company. Same. I'd give so much to hang out with him. Trump is one of those guys I'd love to just hear him talk for hours. Tell me old business stories. Spend an hour listening to him talk about rando shit would literally be better than an MBA from any school you could attend. Here's his class on business, okay? Let me see if I can turn this down. I feel like I'm being very loud. I don't know why. 1 sec. Is that any better? Maybe a little quieter? I don't know. I don't want to blow out your ears. Trump's advice on how to be rich is have a wealthy father who happens to own a lot of real estate in New York right before real estate prices in New York go absolutely bananas. That's a good way to be wealthy. This is for canceling cartoons, and then it's Curious George putting bananas on the staircase to Air Force One. Well, first of all, the Secret Service is about to pop a cap in Curious George. Curious George is about to go down as a martyr. Secondly, what cartoons has Biden canceled? I didn't realize that the president had the power to cancel cartoons. Who took Codename Kids Next Door from me? God damn it. Look, this country needs a change of party. You can't have just Democrats in charge. It's not going to happen, and it's not good for the country. The Democrats do not think resources are finite. Resources are finite. I'm enough of a centrist to look at the Green New Deal and say, what world do you people live in that you're going to give everyone a job and you stuck that in a climate bill? You must not be serious about climate. You must be singing the theme song of the Internationale and reading Marx. Do you want the party to be in charge forever? No, not me. Boy, it's almost like it actually goes into detail about expanding different sectors and putting government funding into developing green energy technologies in all sorts of fields that would help the climate long term, that would employ people. Funny how that works, huh? Caitlin Bennett says, let's be honest, liberals hate me because I'm beautiful. I'm white, and I have a stable relationship. They hate that I'm happy while they're miserable and can't even get a text back. I might feel sorry for them if they weren't such nasty people. And then someone shows a Liberty Hangout tweet from 2016, which is real. I've fact-checked this before. You can find the archive. They've since deleted this tweet, but if you go into the Wayback Machine, you can find this tweet. Liberty Hangout says, asking out of curiosity, do you believe the Holocaust happened as we've been told? And then someone says, what do you think? And Liberty Hangout responds, it doesn't seem possible that 6 million were killed. So Caitlin, if you're in a stable relationship, okay, but you're in a stable relationship with a Holocaust denier, her boyfriend, or husband rather, runs the Liberty Hangout Twitter to my knowledge, so that's great. Gun ownership is a more important right than voting. Voting is not really a human right at all, but a privilege that should be reserved for those who are qualified to do it properly. It should be easier to buy a gun than vote, but it isn't. I feel like at the point you start taking away people's right to vote, their right to own guns is about to get pretty up close and personal with the people who don't allow them to vote. Let's just say that. Who says this? Like, the entire point, at least from what the right tells me of the Second Amendment, is to stop the government from becoming tyrannical. And if the government starts arbitrarily deciding which adults can and cannot vote, that sounds like tyranny to me, friend. TNAV, thanks for subscribing for 6 months. Yeah, it's a Matt Walsh take. Surprise. Boom, Sidney Powell laying the wood via telegram, RE Dominion. We will take them to the mat. For those who don't know, Sidney Powell, she is a lawyer, but she was a former lawyer working with the Trump campaign on the dozens and dozens of failed court cases after the election. And she's still grifting, and now she's being sued by Dominion, which is the company that does some, polling machines, because she was claiming that they fixed the election or whatever. Of course, they did not. And now she's posturing about it. We weren't fooled, Sydney, with you to the glorious end. Edit. By the way, I gotta presume this is Sydney, as I know she wouldn't have taken that lying down. But can someone in fact confirm that this Telegram presence of hers is legit? I don't do this Telegraph thing. Yeah, I don't know what website that is. Participation trophy. Yeah. Oh yeah, Caitlin Bennett tweets, I love my WAP. White American privilege. Oh no! Hold on, let's go over this point by point. We're gonna do a little bit of contemporary art critique, okay? I gotta get some... Okay. So what we have here are the paranoid delusions of a mad person. This is a mandatory vaccine checkpoint in which police officers who are labeled vaccine enforcement with patches that are the Star of David that say Zion on them. So this is an anti-Semitic meme, if you want to call it that. And then we have someone who's about to vaccinate a child. Presumably the mother is on the ground screaming. Yeah, that's a big yikes. That's going to be a yikes for me. Zealous55, I got my first vax yesterday. That picture is completely accurate. That's true. Baha actually had her first dose last Tuesday. And she said the checkpoint was very efficient. All the anti-vaxxers were immediately restrained, and the police injected them with medicine. So, why is that cop's knee not on her neck? She's white. Wowzers. Someone uses a racial slur in that one. At least it's bleeped out. And that guy's followed by Senate Republicans. Beautiful. Anyone else think these shootings are fundraisers for the Dem agenda? When Democrats don't get their way, they get dangerous. Yes, John Wilkes Booth, proponent of the South and slavery, would definitely be in favor of modern-day Democrats. Overthought says, Norman Roswell painting. You mean Rockwell? Bill Clinton ran for re-election on a platform that said, we cannot tolerate illegal immigration, we must stop it. President Biden has instead emphasized the humane treatment of immigrants regardless of their legal status. Am I supposed to think that's a bad thing? I don't even think that's necessarily accurate if you've seen, like, where people and children are still being held by the Biden administration, but, like, who's like, I'm for the inhumane treatment of immigrants? Activist Milo Yiannopoulos says he's now, quote, ex-gay and, quote, sodomy-free, says salvation can only be achieved through devotion to Christ. What happened to his, racial slur husband? He is no longer F-slur married to a racial slur. I couldn't give a rat's ass what his racial slur ass banging Q-word grifter says. Wowzers, what website is this? Gab? What's the opposite of shocked? That's how I'm feeling right now. Osama bin Laden was more badass than the American left because at least he managed to atone. No. Nope. I think we already read that one. Anyway. Matt Walsh, theocratic fascist. Yikes. It's been reported that paper stimulus checks are not signed by the fake POTUS, but the real one. If anyone gets one, will you take a pic and share? Alright, we're on the part where we've seen the rest from that Twitter page. Let's see what Right Wing Watch is up to, if we have any good videos or anything.
Anytime you trip, walk, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Biden probably won't even last 4 years. Anytime you trip walking up the stairs, that's a problem. That looks like a cognitive problem to me.
That's right.
Okay? So
Okay. If he's no longer the president, then Kamala Harris becomes the president, and that's fine. I don't really care. That's why we have a vice president elected.
he probably won't make it 4 years. Listen, I wish that the military would step in and take over.
Yes.
Because we got 3 people that call themselves the most powerful people that's supposed to be in charge. Larry, Carly, and Mo need to go somewhere and sit down, allow the military to take over from here.
That's
because
right.
these people go.
Gosh dang, all these... I really, really hope the military, especially these days, is really hammering into the heads of people in the military. Like, hey, I don't care what your personal political opinion is, but you don't get to do a coup. Because a lot of Republicans are foaming at the mouth for the military to destroy over 200 years of American democracy. And I'd really appreciate it, as someone who lives here, if that didn't happen. That'd be cool. I don't think I don't think anyone would get treated very well under military rules, so let's not do it.
Gonna bankrupt this whole country and gonna have us living in danger and a disaster.
What's your view as to, real quick, we have 30 seconds, why should the military take over? Because of what? From a national security standpoint? Is that what you're saying?
From a national security standpoint, and to get to the bottom of what the American people saw in the 2020 election.
That's
We
right.
cannot forget or forgive that.
Our country is under siege.
I
We
can't believe they're still on about this goddamn conspiracy theory shit.
see it. They know it. It's all a big fat lie. We need somebody to come in with some common sense and take over. If not, our country will be going to hell in a handbasket.
Let me tell you something.
Jesus Christ. Big yikes, Frankie. Thanks for subscribing with 4 months. Says, love watching your stream. Usually you have to catch them on YouTube, but I'm glad I could hop in today and say, hi, that lipstick shade is bomb. Thank you. MMO Addicted with 100 bits says, I'm pretty sure they do, at least in my best friend's unit, they're doing obligatory classes about right-wing extremism and the dangers of it. That's good. Hardlock Moses says, they don't get that political in the army, but I was only in for 6 years. Well, that's good.
Now, I know someone could say, well, President Trump wasn't humble. Rush Limbaugh wasn't humble. I beg to differ. Because, see, I think this is how you define humility. It is not, oh, woe is me. Oh, I'm so low. Oh, I'm so down. Oh, I'm so broken. Oh, I can't. It's not that. You know?
Okay, but it's at least restraining yourself from constantly saying you're the best all the time and that you're always right. That's the difference.
You know what it is? It's agreeing with God and seeking to obey him. That is humility. And believe it or not, I really believe that that's what President Trump was trying to do. His style might have been different than some people would have chosen, but I think that's what he was trying to do.
Oh, he did a really shitty
And I
job
think
then.
that is true humility.
Daylight Reckoning, thanks for subscribing. Selinja, thanks for subscribing with Prime. And Lily Loves Stuff with 20 bits says, rhinestones and polyester are still a thing. Why not? Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene saying something. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. I think we already saw that.
She shouldn't make because this whore is unlikable. Megan Rapinoe thinks that she doesn't make the money she should make because fucking she's a female. No, Megan, you don't make the money that the men make because you're not as talented and you're not fucking entertaining and you're an unlikable twat. That's why. Ask Brandi Chastain how shit turned out. She lost her shirt after the fucking Women's World Cup one time, pulled out her titties, fucking huge payday. Huge payday. Why? Because everybody loved her. She was passionate, and she showed us her boobs, and that was awesome.
Holy shit. Will these troglodytes just go away? Leading QAnon decoder Dave Hayes, aka Praying Medic, complains that HBO's documentary portrays QAnon followers as a bunch of, quote, oddballs and outcasts. Have you guys seen the, I think the first 2 episodes are out of the QAnon documentary, Q Into the Storm on HBO and HBO Max and stuff? Pretty interesting. They haven't gotten, I don't know, it's only 2 episodes in. I think I only watched the first one, but it's okay. Aria Julie, thanks for subscribing for 3 months. In fairness, I already know a lot of the Q stuff because I look into it a lot and I talk about it on the show a lot, especially on Tinfoil Tuesdays because it's like a really popular conspiracy theory. So maybe I found it a little less interesting just because I knew a lot of the stuff already, but at the very least, it's well put together. I'd recommend it if you want to learn more about Q. Anyway, one of the Q people had a response to the first couple episodes. Ever since Q began posting, opponents have portrayed him, or her, as a moral zealot obsessed with the idea that Hillary Clinton eats babies. This trope is found in the first couple paragraphs of nearly every mainstream article about Q. Hoback found a group of Q decoders willing to confirm this claim. I respect their passion for victims of child trafficking, but Q has never once claimed that Hillary Clinton eats babies. Most Q posts discussed FISA abuse, government corruption, corporate fraud, and media dishonesty. This is the interesting thing about Q, is that even though the Q posts, as they're called, or the Q drops, rather, are the primary text, the red words in the Bible, if you will, of the Q cult, there are all these add-ons, right? People start to conspire, and I don't mean in a conspiracy way, but people in these communities start to come up with their own ideas. and then the most popular conspiratorial ideas start to proliferate throughout the community. And those ideas become part of the canon, more or less, of Q mythology, even though it's not necessarily something Q has ever directly said. And let's be clear, Q very rarely directly says anything anyway. It's always nonsense, and that's the intent, is that any conspiracy theorist can read their favorite pet conspiracy into the Q drops. But yeah, the adrenochrome child abduction, eating babies thing is quite large in the Q community. This guy might be embarrassed by it, but, I mean, get a different community then. Sleepy Little Satyr, thanks for subscribing with a 9-month streak. Sub baby time. Ariel. This baby's name is Ariel. Although Hoback does show a number of Q posts, none is explained other than a couple of proofs. There are no decodes, Q messages aren't put into context, and their meanings are not explored. Again, because you're already reading meanings into them, that doesn't mean those meanings are implicit or explicit in any way. You are bringing meaning to them. They're not being shown to you through the posts. Like every mainstream article, film, or investigative report, the goal is not to explain Q's messages, it's to portray Q in the most negative light possible. Since opponents don't talk to Q in person, they smear him by creating absurd caricatures of his followers and claim, "This is QAnon." Hoback doesn't deviate from the script. He does his best to portray those who endorse Q as oddballs and outcasts. Again, no, I saw at least the first episode. Seems about spot on. They seem to describe the beliefs of a lot of QAnon people pretty accurately. The thing about QAnon is that people who believe it tend to believe it a little differently than everyone else in the same belief group. It's very, very individualized, the sort of like models that each Q believer has in what Q is saying. And that's, I think, why it's an effective conspiracy theory, but gone on and around about that enough.
Types and forms.
Oh, God.
I know that there's many different types and forms of that vaccine, which is true. There's about 4 or 5 different versions of it. This is the thing. I may have trusted it when Trump was sitting where the villain, fraudulent person is sitting, but because they're not, I won't trust it. I'm like,
is it pizza? Oh, it smells good.
Steve, I don't trust it. I don't.
What kind? From where? Nice.
I don't know what's in it. I don't know the makeup of it. I know there's sources that have so many conspiracy theories.
Yes.
Almost about anything you can think of today, there's a theory for it. I'm not taking it. That's my answer, and I will not take it. And I would suggest.
I'll just eat the breadstick on its own. I'll take it dry.
If you are
Thank you.
Not in any way prone to thinking you have symptoms, why would you?
Oh yeah. Did you bring enough for the rest of the class?
Yeah, the rest of the class.
No, they're all on the internet, so.
You're gonna have to make that into a bunch of different pieces.
Okay, we have. I gotta cut this into 200 some pieces then.
Okay, have fun.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, I'm gonna eat a dry breadstick, chat, okay? I'm a carb vampire.
Not even concede that as a result of her ownership of about $14 million worth of shares in Aventor, when Senator Grassley asked whether she had personally profited from the would not.
Nice. What flavor? Sweet.
Political extremists coming in and promoting violence.
What we're going to have is on there. Most of this is your news, is already news outlets that are out there. And I don't think there's anybody out there that is promoting violence. I don't believe that now.
You're wrong. I've seen it.
I see all the cancel culture out there. That's the excuse they're using. If anybody promoted violence in our country, start with my governor of Minnesota back last spring when he promoted violence by saying, okay, everybody wreck Minneapolis, and our mayor, some of the worst political decisions ever made. No one's going to be on there promoting violence, and you're going to be looking at it. We'll be looking at it, and I just think all of these influencers you already know what contents they have, And it's not like they don't get to come over as an influencer if they're some nut jobs promoting violence.
So basically, he's not going to do anything when the inevitable violence gets talked about on his platform. Squid says, the real butter was the friends we made along the way. Buttery friends. So Krispy Kreme is offering a free daily donut for a year if you get the COVID vaccination and have the card, which is great. I don't think you should eat Krispy Kreme every day. Those donuts are delicious, but they're, holy shit, are they bad for you. I'm glad there isn't actually any Krispy Kremes near me. I would be even fatter. But that's a good deal. That's nice. And then this person says, ever since we were little kids, we've always been told when someone tries to lure you in somewhere offering you free candy, run far away because they're probably a lying pedo serial killer. If something's so great, why the hell do they have to sell it so hard and try to lure us in with free candy? You're an adult. I don't think anyone's gonna try and lure you in with free candy for nefarious purposes. Oh my god, it's Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Devil's herd, putting him in the back of my... I'm known for, taking the bad guy, the devil...
Aren't you known for using the N-word?
Devil's herd, putting him in the...
And the world's worst mullet?
Back of my car while in custody and pouring Jesus down their throat. So I asked the Lord the other day, is this the way that I should go now? Am I going to go into all this full blast? And I remember I was brought to memory about how Jesus' disciples, when he said he was coming, they said, Master, give us a hint. Tell us, when. And Jesus said, okay, I'll give you some hints. And he did. And he said, and the last thing that shall happen is knowledge shall abound. And I believe the day that Google came out, now knowledge shall have started coming out everywhere, abounding. And the Bible says, in those last days, which we are now, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh. Well, here I am, all flesh. And I'm telling you, the spirit is being poured out on me and my girl. Amen. And all across the world right now. There are miracles happening. I walk everywhere I go. There isn't people, I love your show, dog. It's I love Jesus too, dog.
Jesus Christ. Doodleburb says, wouldn't Krispy Kreme be more like a parent who's rewarding their child for doing the right thing? I wish Krispy Kreme was my dad.
See a different Trump. Most people are expecting the Trump they saw these past 4 years. Mm-hmm. That's what they're thinking. They're acting, this and the power and all that. Saints, that was the old Trump. He is also a servant and a child of God. And the Lord is doing something internally in Trump. And it's going to be powerful. When you see him, it's just like Moses coming back from the mountain of Mount Sinai. His face looked different. His demeanor was different. His tone was different. Yet the authority was there. The position was there. But you can tell. We are going to tell and we're going to see that Trump, Donald Trump, I'm going to make it very clear because, like I said, I don't watch the media, things like that. And I just like to just listen to what the Lord is saying. The Lord has not changed his mind. I'm going to make it very clear to everyone.
When are these people going to learn that this shit is just wrong? Kirthan with 100 bits says, happy birthday to my wonderful fiance, Jessica. Happy birthday, Jessica. I hope you're having a good one.
At it. Now, I believe that's a God thing that they didn't look at it. Now,
he's trying to explain why the Supreme Court didn't want to look at his lawsuit.
I believe that's a God thing that they didn't look at it. Now they're going to have to look at it because everyone's going to already know the evidence. And when you put it to them, it's going to be like a poker hand. If somebody's cheating next to me, and he's looking at my cards, when I want him out, if I got a good hand, I might just show him my hand. We're going to show all the evidence. So when you bring it before the court, it's all going to be there for everyone to see in the world, which they have already seen it for weeks before this. Now the Supreme Court, if they don't take it, they're going to be under. I'm a marketer. I'm doing everything we can to take away a reason why they would not look at it. Why would they not look at it? Well, you know what? Let's say that they're compromised. But you know what? There's going to be so much pressure that if you don't look at it, people are going to know you're compromised. Okay?
Jesus Christ. Why is there so much just right-wing nonsense? Every day there's more. This is we already saw this one in a previous one, but I just gotta play it again.
Something has happened. I believe the answer is demonism. I believe it's satanic. I believe we're watching a global event take place that the Bible warned us about all along. And Satan traffics in the world of confusion. And if he can get someone confused in this area, he robs them of their God-given gender because he made that person a male or a female for a purpose to bring him glory. If Satan can...
Maybe God made me for a purpose to be trans on the internet and shitpost. Thanks, Jesus. You're my homie, Jesus. Can I say homie? Is that allowed? I don't know.
Get them confused. They're young, early. Notice Satan always goes after the young. Then, if he can't kill them in the womb, he'll kill them in the head and confuse them. I believe we're watching a global demonic sway of the wicked one upon our culture in the world. And that sounds harsh, but I'm sorry, it's true. It's just true.
Puka, thanks for the 200 bits. Excuse me. What do you think about the evergreen situation in the Suez Canal? In case anyone is watching this video on YouTube long after the fact. What's the boat called? The ship Evergreen? Let's look. I assume if you're watching this today, though, you probably have seen the memes. So, the Suez Canal, a canal which facilitates between 10 and 12% of all world trade, has been completely blocked up because a boat has... Hold on. A boat has gotten stuck in the Suez Canal, and it stopped all traffic for days. So... yes, thank you, chat. The thick ship is blocking 10% of world trade because someone ran into the wall. It doesn't look stuck. It is. It's stuck. If you see the, I don't know, the nautical terms, basically, here's a zoomed in picture. It ran aground, at least the front, and they weren't able to... This is a better angle. It'll kind of show you. It basically wedged itself in and ran aground on the shore a bit. And it's a huge, huge ship. So they're having trouble moving it. They've had this excavator trying to sort of move some of the dirt that it ran into. But so far it's still stuck. I imagine in the next couple days they'll do it because, you know, there's a huge traffic jam going on. It's pretty interesting, though. So this person says, what do y'all think about the evergreen situation in the Suez Canal? Are you seeing the symbolic messages? What does the Suez Canal spell backward? Zeus. How does this relate to God and Lucifer? Is the king of the gods on Olympus more like Lucifer or more like Jesus? What does... I don't even think that's where the Suez Canal gets its name. Can I go back and read your comment? Probably. I'll do it in a sec. Stone Corbell says, did you see that people have written erotic fan fiction of the Evergreen and the Excavator? Of course they have. Dude Spanking Dude says, I have some great news for you. My brother's girlfriend looked at you and said, is she streaming? Hannah, you passed so well. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. What happens in the canal? Trade? What sea does the canal connect to the south? How does the blocking of the canal with a ship with the word evergreen on it, which some believe contains trafficked children, symbolically represent an event that happened in Exodus? Does God speak to us in signs and wonders? Are we ever truly without the guidance of the divine? So, the Q people have picked up on this and decided that it's something to do with that. It's not. Okay, so that's probably enough right-wing cope, right? That's good. There's more, but we'll save it for another time. We gotta move on. We got a lot of stuff to look at today. We're almost an hour into the stream. I really wish they'd chill out, though. That would be nice. Felix Night Owl with 20 bits says, there's now a QAnon conspiracy theory that the boat was filled with children because the ship's name is Evergreen and Hillary's call sign was also Evergreen. Of course. Of course they have. Is it time for the main event? Well, we should probably do a quick cleanse if we can find one, and then and then dive in, just because this one's gonna be rough. Sausage guy probably hasn't done anything, right? Thrash Mio says, F, so Washington is now the pedo state? Oh, God. Only in the delusions of a lot of people. Do-do-doon, doon, doon. Do-doon, doon, do-do-doon. Doon, doon, doon. Do-doon, doon, doon, do-doon. Oh, no, can't do that. Oh. That's cute.
Hello, YouTube.
Yeah, we've watched this. Or wait, did I watch this one with you guys, or did I only watch this on my own?
What's up? Today, I am interviewing animals, asking them the questions that you all want to hear. Using this. Let's go. Quick disclaimer before I start the video. Any animals that you see that are wild animals, I think I'm going to do a raccoon, an opossum, a squirrel, a skunk, stuff like that. They're all non-releasable educational ambassadors, which means that they have a permanent injury or permanent handicap, so they can't be released into the wild, but they're not pets. They belong to a licensed rehab center here, and we use them for education programs, but I just want to clarify, make sure you guys know not to get a raccoon or get a skunk or get a wild animal as a pet, even though they're cute as hell. Anyway, let's get to the interviews. Why do you constantly make baby noises? Costello, do you realize you're no longer a baby? Mordecai, who do you think is the face of Twitch? Okay. That's great. Thank you so much. Penelope, can you tell us what your favorite fruit is?
Aww.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. I have questions for each and every one of you. Oh, first up. Sir, can you tell me what your favorite color is? I said no. Can you tell me what your favorite color is? Thank you. Have a good day. Hello, small man. Hello, bigger man. Can you tell me what 1 + 1 is? Oh, okay. Hello, piggies. Can you tell me what your favorite food is? And can you tell me why it's corn? Okay, thank you very much. This one's a really important interview. Excuse me, can you please tell me... Wait your turn. Can you please tell me why you bit me last week? Not even an apology. Hello. Can you please tell us what it's like being the handsomest horse out here?
Oh.
Hey, Mordecai. I have a question. Can you tell me what it's like being a famous cartoon character? Is that all you have to say? Alright, that's great. Thank you so much. What do you think about erob221 being a father? Ow. Okay. Hello, Stevie. I have a question for you. Could you tell me how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? You are one smart opossum. Thank you so much. Hello, sir. Could you please tell us why you're so sleepy today? I appreciate your time. Mordecai, I know you're in the middle of a meal, but would you mind spitting some bars really quick, please?
Thank you.
Okay, maybe you're not feeling that right now. Could you instead just tell me what you think about the current state of the economy? You just opened your mouth and you didn't say anything. Hey, Ginger, it's Christmas Eve. Can you tell us what you asked for from Santa? I'll come back another time, maybe. How's that nut?
Oh.
Alright. Sir Speedamus Minimus, what's it like being the fastest tortoise in town? Thank you for your time.
Cute. Okay, we've put it off long enough. It's time for the main event of this episode, and that is the channel Slightly Offensive, which I think plays on The Blaze, which is a right-wing... I know it was a cable channel. I guess I'm not sure if it still is. The Blaze TV. Who founded Blaze? One sec, let me look at their Wikipedia page. Blaze Media is an American conservative media company. It was founded in 2018 as a result of the merger between The Blaze and CRTV LLC. The company's leadership consists of CEO Tyler Cardin and President Gaston Mooney. It's based in Irving, Texas, where it was studios and offices, as well as in Washington, D.C. The Blaze was a pay television network founded by Glenn Beck, which operated The Conservative Review, and CRTV was an online subscription network. My parents also, for a time, I know, had that as part of their DirecTV package, so I don't know if that was like a thing that other cable companies did or whatever. But anyway, they're a right-wing media network or whatever, and now they do YouTube videos too. So this episode, we saw a previous one, by the way, where Blair White and someone else debated John Doyle and some other messed up lady about inclusiveness in the Republican Party. Today the debate is about LGBT how do I put this? I'll just let them put it. How about that? Either way, we have two of our favorite chuds on the panel today, and that is John Doyle and Bryson Gray. John Doyle being a fascist from my home state of Michigan, and Bryson Gray being a MAGA rapper. So let's take a look at this disaster waiting to happen.
So great. Where do you think homosexuals come from?
Straight people.
It's pretty much like if I called Bryson the N-word. That's how bad it is for us. So
the plight of the transgender is not comparable to the plight of the African American.
If you listen to what Tiffany just said, and you are a Christian or just a normal human being, and it didn't disgust you, then it should.
TubeMan642, thanks for subscribing with 8 months. Oh, by the way, he calls it Conserva TMZ. I don't know who owns TMZ, but someone send a cease and desist.
Well, welcome back to Slightly Offensive, the best worst show on Blaze TV, where we always have the best confetti of color. Remember, it's always the noun first and then the description, because we have to stay politically correct as always. I'm your top 17 host, Elijah Schaefer, and today we have an amazing panel of guests that have come on to talk about the future of America and what makes us strong. Are we going to decay as a nation? It's something that really has concerned me recently. Are we digressing as we progress, or is the progress...
Basically, the supposition of some of these people, the right-wingers on the panel, is that people being allowed to express their gender and sexual identities is degenerate and therefore destroying America. You heard it here first, folks. I am an active participant in destroying one of the most powerful empires in history. If you'd like to call me and hire me to come destroy your nation state, the number will be on my website.
We're seeing really beneficial to our society, and it's actually the result of a free and liberal place that we call the United States of America. We're going to weigh these options between each other by getting into things. First, I want to welcome Tiffany Starr, who of course is a Twitcher. She's a YouTuber. She's a live streamer all around.
I've never heard of her. Are there any links?
And I want to thank her so much for coming on the show, as well as Bryson Gray. He is a Christian conservative rapper, and he is here as well. We have John Doyle, who is a conservative e-boy, as he described. And we also have JC. JC, I'm going to butcher your last name. Can you pronounce it for me one more time?
Mondux.
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. We have JC. He's a reality TV star, and they're all here to jump into the story. So first, as we begin, we're going to go to Tiffany. First, describe what your political leaning is and what your moral/religious worldview is.
Sure. First, I want to thank you, Elijah.
Okay. I watched a little bit of this morning, like the first 3 minutes or so. And I want to say I don't really like... I'm going to... Again, of course, I'm in the LGBT community, so I'm on the side of the LGBT people. But I do want to give some constructive criticism to the form in which some of the arguments take place. First of all, my advice would be to anyone who's offered to go and debate on this show, like if you're left or whatever. Not that I don't think that many people who are actively engaged in the discourse, other people on Twitch and YouTube and stuff, I don't think that many other people watch me. So this advice is going to be heard by no one that matters in this context. But if anyone who does this regularly is invited to go on this show, don't go on this show. It's not going to be a productive conversation. They're not arguing in good faith. It's a show for right-wingers to come on and beat up on ill-prepared people from the left. Or even not from the left, just LGBT people like Blair White. And I hate Blair White. Blair White's terrible. But, like, the treatment she got on this show was really bad, too. So, don't get used as a prop by these people. It's not worth it.
For giving me the opportunity to speak my piece. My name is Tiffany Starr. I'm a leftist, a socialist, a lesbian, an atheist, trans, adult performer, everything conservatives hold in high regard.
Okay, here's my number 2 criticism. I don't have anything against this woman. Let me be clear. I have no problem with any of the individual things she listed. However, you need to, pragmatically speaking, understand your audience. And the audience for this channel is right-wingers who enjoy Bryson Gray and John Doyle. So if you come out here being like, doing a list like that, I'm not going to specifically mock it by imitating, but if you come out with a list like that, then you are basically playing into a stereotype that they are already primed to laugh at. You don't want to do that. I don't think that would work. And you guys know I don't take myself very seriously. Sure, on this channel I might say, like, I'm a leftist degenerate. That's because I know my audience here. It's you guys. It's people who are already more or less agreeing with me politically and understanding that I say things that are tongue-in-cheek. If I go on a show like this, which I wouldn't because I understand they're not going to be arguing in good faith in the first place, but if I were somehow drugged and put on this show against my will, I certainly would not start out like that. You don't want to play into... Even if they're not stereotypes that are necessarily negative, you don't want to play into what they view as negative stereotypes. Otherwise, they're going to immediately shut down, and I'm not talking about John Doyle. John Doyle doesn't care. He's a piece of shit either way. I'm talking about the audience who's watching the video. They're going to shut down, and they're not going to listen to a word you have to say. They're just going to mock you for the entire video, which they're probably going to do anyway. Again, that's basically the premise of these debates. But you want to give yourself the best opportunity possible to reach anyone, even if it's one person. And I think at this point she's already lost everyone.
I do politics on YouTube, as well as discussion panels and debates on Twitch. I was compelled to contact Elijah after witnessing Blair White's inadequate defense of trans people on one of his prior streams. I'm well aware that this is primarily a conservative stream, and that I'm walking into the lion's den. That being said, I'm here in good faith, so as long as my opposition shows me respect, I will refrain from ad homs or blood sports.
Again, why would you go into this discussion with John Doyle and Bryson Gray and expect either respect or good faith argumentation? Swing and a miss.
I'm a fan of reputable studies and data. Baseless conspiracy theories and anecdotes don't interest me unless they are used to substantiate a broader claim. My goal is to maximize the happiness and well-being of all Americans, or as many as possible. Again, thanks for having me, Elijah. I look forward to the coming discourse.
Tiffany, I think...
Let me give an example of what I would say in this scenario. I wouldn't hide my political beliefs, but I wouldn't go about it in exactly the same way. I would probably say something along the lines of, hi, I'm Hannah. I go by Hannah Reloaded on Twitch. I am a leftist streamer. I talk about politics and conspiracy theories. I'm a trans woman, and I'm here to talk about how I believe that in America, our greatest strength is probably the fact that we are allowed to live our lives the way that makes us maximally happy, provided that we don't harm other people. America is one of the greatest countries, especially, again, pause, when, I wouldn't say this in there, but pause, parentheticals for you people. You want to talk to your audience that you're talking to. And if you're talking to people on The Blaze, you want to emphasize, America's great, freedom, yay. So back into it. And I believe that America is one of the greatest countries in the world for people in the LGBT community because we're allowed to live our lives the way we wish, mostly under the law, if not practically, because people do get harassed for being in the LGBT community, but nonetheless, I do love that I'm able to live my life the way that makes me happy, and I don't hurt anyone. I just want to go and live the way that makes me feel the way that I am, and that's wonderful, and I'm happy to have this discussion today with you guys, and whatever, It's, of course it's cringe. You're talking to right-wingers. It's gonna be fucking cringe. But, you gotta know the audience you're talking to. And again, that's just off the cuff. If I was planning on going on something like this, I would plan more for, what my opening statement was gonna be, and I'd refine that. I repeated myself a little. But that's the idea. You don't want to go in and be like, hi, I'm whoever. I'm, you don't want to, Ooh.
Thank you for coming into the Lions.
Please don't, though. Yeah, I never would.
And speaking of Lions, Bryson Gray, go ahead and give us your...
Oh, yeah, they're going to snark at anything, which is why I'm telling people don't ever go on a show like this, because you're not there to actually have a discussion. You're there to get mocked, and I don't think it's a good idea. But at this point, we're already conceding that someone is going on this show, and I'm trying to mitigate damage, basically. It's all about damage mitigation here.
Political leaning.
I won't even go on modern day debates anymore. I think they're shit too. Internet debate is a joke, and I think it's ridiculous.
worldview on religion and morality?
I'm right on every topic, basically. There probably isn't no topic I'm not far right on, especially in today's society. I'm obviously a Christian, an actual Christian, which means I believe in the Bible, which means that
as opposed to all the other Christians who don't believe in the Bible. Okay.
There's no such thing as trans to begin with.
Oh no! I begin to fade away like Marty McFly in the first Back to the Future movie.
And then people like furries. All this stuff is obviously and blatantly a mental illness.
Lovely. He compared trans people to furries too. That's nice.
And degenerate. And somebody needs to say something about it because our country is going farther left. Republicans are going farther left. And I blame people for not speaking up.
I wish Republicans were going farther left. Where is Bryson that he thinks that the right is going left?
Community an inch, and they took every mile we had in this country, and now
we took every mile by wanting to exist without being harassed or thrown in jail and being allowed to marry. Degenerate scum.
They own the place, but they can't even procreate and reproduce. So you know.
So is his definition of degenerate also include people who just aren't fertile for some reason? Great.
Well, strong opinions there, Bryson. So JC, let's go to you. Same question.
I wonder if at this point, again, I don't know the pro-LGBT people's names off the top of my head. I apologize. Which is why I think it's always a good idea in debates like this to put people's names under them. It's usually helpful. But either way, I think bottom right lady, maybe after that just realized, oh no. She looks like, oh.
Hi, I'm JC. I consider myself more right.
What's up?
The person that's on the left, the dude.
Yeah.
JC.
Yeah.
The woman is Tiffany.
JC and Tiffany. JC and Tiffany. I should write that down so I remember. What's this? Yeah, I'll write on this. Where's my pen? Boop, 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 boop. Entertaining stream. Watch me dig through my desk for my pen. Found it. Okay. JC. Tiffany. Okay. Might have to look down and reference this from time to time.
Leaning, but I have also very centrist thoughts, and when it comes to social issues, I tend.
This guy was described as a reality TV star, so I'm not exactly sure why he's here.
To lean a little bit more left, but it's still like always keeping it central. I consider myself, and in those issues, probably like more centralist. But I'm always open to, be respectful and listen to everyone and listen to ideas, because why not? I think being respectful is so important.
Awesome. So that was JC and conservative e-boy John Doyle. Where are you at on this?
I would say I would describe myself as socially conservative. I'm a Christian, but I was socially conservative before I came back to the faith. And then on economic issues, like right-leaning.
Oh, that's pretty simply put. Before we jump into today's story that we're going to talk about in a second.
I like that he didn't bring up that he thinks voting is cringe. He doesn't think people should vote, or at the very minimum, women shouldn't vote, according to him. So that's nice.
And all of the amazing questions. I want to give a huge shout out to the sponsor of this show, which is...
He's just a conservative, though. He's definitely not a fascist.
Northwest Retention. Guys, it is now more important than ever to protect yourself. I want to tell all you
it's always guns and holsters.
Owner to a % off. Talk about what foundational values, 10% off. All right, so Tiffany, we're going to jump to you first. What are the foundational values of America, and does that include moral values?
The foundational values of America?
Yeah.
I thought the first question was about sexual freedom. Is it degeneracy?
Oh God, you don't. If you get asked you gotta roll with it in a live debate, okay? You don't want it, and I don't mean to constantly criticize Tiffany, but I'm probably going to, because I'm gonna backseat fucking debate this shit, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. But no, you answer the question. You just roll with it. Otherwise, you don't look great when you do that.
Yeah, that's no. We're going into that. I'm just getting your idea of like what you think American society is, and I'm not. This is just like. So what do you think like defines American society, American values? I'm just trying to get the audience.
This is an easy question to answer to in this context. All you got to do is go like, and I do have the hammer. I'll start using the hammer. Thanks. It's a gavel, by the way. You want to say something along the lines of, again, considering your audience. I believe that America is based on freedom. Right in our founding documents, we have the idea that all men are created equal. We understand that today to not only mean men, but everyone in this country. Everyone has a right to pursue their happiness. If my happiness involves being with someone of the same gender, or presenting myself as a gender different than my birth sex, then I believe that is my right as an American citizen, and anyone who tries to tell me otherwise, come and take it. I don't know. Like, it's bullshit. But you just gotta say something. Just gotta say some shit, okay?
It's to understand what your guys' view of America is before we get into the nitty gritty.
I like America. It's a great country. It has its flaws, but I feel like we can rectify them if we just implement policies that push us the right way. I believe that America is stronger with diversity. I know some people might not agree with that, but America is a diverse country, and with diverse people and cultures, and it's great for that reason. We're not bland, for one thing.
I would expand upon that thought too. I like the idea of going into like America being diverse. I'd basically go into that and say, America's always been about diversity. How we define diversity is expanded over time, but nonetheless, that diversity persists. Back in the day, we had not only people from England, but other countries coming here, both for religious freedom and other purposes. Eventually, when we had, in the 19th and 20th centuries, large influxes of immigrants from other places, like Ireland and Italy and Germany and all sorts of places, we were a diverse country then, too. It's just that our definitions of diversity have changed, and as we've gotten closer and closer to the modern day, we've started to include not only people's nationalities, but their identities outside of that as part of the diversity that strengthens America. Trans people, gay people, lesbians, bisexuals, like, they're all part of the tapestry that is the United States, and they've always been here, whether you understand that or not. It's just that now we're at a place where they feel that they can be open with who they are, and that's a wonderful thing. America's about achieving whatever ideal version of yourself you believe is out there and possible for you to become, and if that involves being part of the LGBT community, there's nothing wrong with that.
I just want to maximize happiness, like I said at the beginning, for as many Americans as possible. You know, good healthcare, good infrastructure, more like better education, a military that will defend us really well. We already have at least one of those. So I mean, I feel like we just have to push a little harder on some of the systemic issues that we're dealing with, and
they don't give a shit about systemic issues. They don't. If you're in a debate with these people on this channel, you got to talk about individual liberties and shit, because they don't care about collectivism and they don't care about systematic issues, or systemic issues rather.
Out some of the money that we're diverting to causes we probably shouldn't be pushing for. And that's at least my take. America is great. So
awesome. Bryson.
To me, America in itself, if you look at the founders, even though they all weren't exactly Christian, they all believed in God. So our Constitution, our laws are all based on biblical values.
Nope. No, they're not.
If you like it or not.
They're based on Enlightenment values. There's a reason that the Constitution vaguely says a creator, but it doesn't say, like, and Jesus Christ is our king, yay! That's not what it says. It's not what it says. Very explicitly, the Constitution writes out that, hey, there's a separation of church and state. Not in those exact words, but it does say, you know, you can't, oh god, what's the exact phrasing? Basically, you can't create a state religion, is the long and short of it, so.
That is simply the truth. Our year is literally based on Jesus Christ.
Yes, you're right. The Declaration as a creator. We believe all, oh god, why am I blanking today? Endowed by our creator with inalienable rights. Yeah, that's not in the Constitution. Sorry, that's in the Declaration of Independence.
Everybody wants to push their...
Congress shall make no law establishing or prohibiting the practice of a religion. Yeah.
Agenda through the government. So I want to push mine also, which is Christianity, biblical Christianity, which means all this degeneracy is obviously poison to our culture. As I said, they can't reproduce what benefit does the act have towards humanity, and then it doesn't even exist. My boy
Real
JC,
quick, Bryson, you said they. Are you talking about like the LGBT community?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue.
All of
Sorry.
it.
Okay.
They all the same thing. It's all one thing. They're all gay. They just come up with different.
Like, Tiffany looks like was Tiffany prepared for this? Did she know who she would be debating with? Because every time Bryson speaks, she looks shocked at the things he's saying. Like, how did she think this was gonna go?
Names for it. My boy JC down there, it dresses like Pikachu, and Tiffany Star, I don't know which way, like, you probably think you're a woman but probably was born a man and claim to be trans. To me, what's the difference between dressing like Pikachu and dressing like a female? It's really no difference.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
There is, and I'll tell you later.
Yeah, okay. And the problem because I have a conservative in this.
John Doyle is always the most insufferable person. I've only seen one other debate on this channel, and it's another one with John Doyle. And John is always insufferable because he doesn't talk as much. But all he does is sit smugly in the corner and laugh at the shitty shit the other guest says. Because typically John Doyle, he's of course abhorrent and a fascist, and he doesn't like LGBT people or women, but he tends to have the intelligence to have tact with those positions. He'll dog whistle and he'll skirt around it enough that you can't outright say, like, you're this, and that. So I think he just enjoys when he's in a debate with someone who says the quiet part out loud, and he thinks it's funny, but he knows better than to do that, but he likes it being said around him, if that makes sense.
They always like to play the leftist game and rely on these studies that come from these universities that's already far left. These
all these goddamn far left checks notes, doctors and psychologists.
Studies are usually based on literally nothing.
And this guy's a rapper, so he knows how to read an academic study.
Based on an opinion, and then people will use that as science. That isn't science. Science is common sense. If you were born a male, you can't get pregnant. Facts. That's it. I don't need nothing else. It's common. That's it.
Bryson, what about people who are born female at birth and they also have some reason that they can't get pregnant? Are they not women either? What's up with that? Just curious.
We're done.
All right, Bryson, we're gonna come back to this in a second, but let's jump to JC just so I can get his take. I can tell that Tiffany's already ready to jump into the next question, but what do you think is the foundational values of America, including moral values? Give us your best take.
Well, before I answer your question, let me clarify to Greg, because I think he's a huge fan of Pikachu. I don't know why. That was, I don't go around dressed as a Pikachu. That was literally a Halloween party in college, and we all go crazy. We're at the dorms, and I dressed up that day, and we took pictures. I mean, how old was I? Like 19, 20? I don't know why to my understanding, he might be into like some kind of like furry thing or whatever, because I have never done anything furry related. I actually don't even really understand the concept of the furry thing. I've never had anything to do with any of that.
You don't want to get defensive about this either. You might make a joke about it or a self-deprecating joke, but if you go on and on about the Pikachu thing, not a great look.
But good look. I mean, if I can satisfy some hidden fantasies, good for you, dude. Anyway.
If you let them derail you with little jabs like that have nothing to do with the topic at hand, then they are taking time away from when you should be talking about your position in a thoughtful way, and instead you just end up being like, I just wore a Pikachu costume, it was a costume in college. Look, no one cares. No one cares. Just move on.
So, America. I come from a very, very communist dictatorship. So to me, how I see America, I mean, first of all, I see America as my mother, my everything. You don't understand how much I love this country. I have no words. To me, it's the best country in the world, and no matter what anyone says, it's always going to be the best country in the world. And the main thing that I actually really appreciate about here is the freedom. Holy cow, as someone who's literally lived in a communist country, the freedom and the right now talking.
Bryson looks like he's stifling a laugh, and I don't understand what he's laughing at, unless he's literally like laughing at the fact that this guy happens to have an accent because he's from a different country, which is hilarious coming from Bryson, who isn't the most eloquent speaker, and I try not to make fun of that because the way people speak is how they speak, and I don't think it's fair. A lot like, you know, making fun of how someone looks. It's not really fair game as far as I'm concerned. So it just annoys me when I see an idiot like Bryson be like, oh, someone sounds different than me. Like, yeah, yep, different people sound different, Bryson. Please grow up.
Here right now with people who think different than me, and we have like different I don't know, point of views, and just expressing my opinion. This is like the main thing that I really appreciate about America. I mean, the opportunity of like growth, to, I don't know, to have your business, to make money. It's such an inclusive, and I get really excited when I talk about America, because honestly, dude, I had never loved anything that much in my life. Like, I love this country. And yeah, so to me, like, the main value and what I see the most about living in a country like this is the freedom that we have here, the individualism, the opportunities, and I also appreciate all the religions and beliefs that we have here, and how we can just like survive and move forward and respecting each other. I think I'm okay with all that, dude. Like, I just, like I said, I just love this country.
Awesome. Well, I think we can all agree. I think everybody loves living here, and that's why I want to end with John as we jump into some really heated stuff about sexual freedom. I mean, what do you say, foundational values of this country?
I think the best thing that we could look at as far as the foundational values of the country would be the men who built and constructed the country, which would be the founding fathers. And even the Constitution, you know, every law that we make in this country, every document that's written basically makes some sort of declaration or judgment as to how things ought to be oriented, whether that's a law banning murder or a speed limit or something like that. And so if you look at the Constitution, for example, which was written by, who's regarded to be the father of the Constitution, is a guy named James Madison. And he even wrote that the Constitution was written for a moral and virtuous people, and that without that population living under that Constitution, the people would basically just devour each other because everything would just be total chaos.
And the Constitution also considered black people to be 3/5 people. So I don't know if his moral judgment is exactly something that I need to take into account. I would agree that society needs rules to function, and those rules are ideally based on a shared moral substrate, a shared moral understanding in some way, shape, or form. But no, I don't really care what the shared moral substance, the shared moral beliefs of people in 1776 or 1789 were. It doesn't really matter to me. What I care about is what are our shared cultural beliefs and what is working best for people in this year, today, for the people who are alive, not a bunch of dead people. I don't particularly care what James Madison thinks.
And so a word that's often used in the right more broadly, but people who are patriots and who love America, is this idea of liberty. And America is great because we have liberty. And even the founding fathers regarded such to be the case. However, the way that we understand liberty has changed a lot in the last few hundred years. And if you look at the men who...
Yes, and we are the ones who are alive. So we should be the ones that get to determine what liberty is, John. Not a bunch of dead people.
Who were studied by the founding fathers because they were scholars, you know, whether that's in the Greco-Roman tradition with, who would that be? Cicero, Cicero, Plato, or Aristotle, or then in the Christian tradition with Aquinas, Dante, or there's another one, Augustine. They would always regard liberty to not be total freedom, but rather discipline. And you would cultivate that discipline in order to truly be free and free from desire. Because if you have total freedom, you're just eventually going to be...
Okay, but the founding fathers weren't classical or Christian philosophers. They very much founded the country on Enlightenment values. So why are you referencing those other groups as if they shared some sort of philosophical similarity between the founding fathers? I'm sure they have some crossover, but the Enlightenment values of the founding fathers are very different than people like Aristotle, and especially people who were like theocratic philosophers in Europe back in the day.
A victim and a slave to your own desires, given the flawed nature of man, which they understood. So what we're living under now really isn't liberty and the definition that's always been understood throughout history, even by the founding fathers. It's really just a modern form of slavery.
Oh no, he's unironically doing the freedom is slavery thing. Freedom is slavery. It's slavery to allow you to be who you are.
Where we're all free in the sense to pursue our own preferred method of self-destruction, which is ultimately just a form of like neo-slavery, so to speak.
Big Brother tells you freedom is slavery, remember that. If you believe that you have the opportunity to go and do things, that's not right. Real freedom is when the boot of the government tells you who you can fuck. Now that's freedom.
Okay, well, let's jump into that. So let's talk about this question here, and I want to bring this up. I think that America is an interesting place. A lot of people think America's lost. Some people think we're at the greatest apex of our society ever in terms of freedom and rights. We have a lot of talk about trans rights, etc. I know you guys are familiar with this stuff and the conversations. And so I want to just straight up bring this question. As we've moved, and I would say the key defining factor of this era, other than being in 21 years of nonstop wars in the Middle East, would be this move for sexual liberation and freedom in society and culture. And so this movement, the LGBTQ movement, number one, would you say that it has a net positive or a net negative effect on society as a whole, being more included in the national conversation and in everyday life? Tiffany, we'll start with you.
Actually, while researching this topic of sexual liberation, I was disappointed to discover that there aren't many studies on this specific topic. Most results are opinion pieces, which disinterest me. However, the few studies I did happen to find swing in the left's favor a bit. A 2014 study found that sociosexual unrestricted individuals reported a higher well-being and lower stress after casual sex. It's important to note that casual sex may increase depression depending on why you engage in it. For example, someone using sex as a way to deal with emotions or for revenge purposes will most likely feel less fulfilled as opposed to people who engage in casual sex for enjoyment.
This isn't even what I would focus on. Again, I would focus on the individualism argument. Like, the health of the society is great, and I do think that people being allowed to be who they are is good for society as a whole in a collectivist sense. I think that people who are happier and more comfortable with who they are more functional members of society, right? But even beyond that, the more important thing is that we want to live in a country that not only is functional, but a place that people want to live, and a place where the citizens are happy with who they are, right? You should have the right to be able to be who you are, whether that's a straight person, or a gay person, or a trans person, or a cis person, or whatever you happen to be. Like, that's just kind of how it works.
Or to discover more about their sexuality, which, according to this study, is beneficial. It also mentioned that sexual freedom can help prevent regret, which is one of the leading reasons why people get divorced.
See, I wouldn't be... It's fine to fire off, like, statistics and stuff, and that's great. It can bolster your argument. But if you find yourself, not necessarily verbatim, but just summing up articles or studies as your entire argument, you're not going to connect with the audience. If they want to go read studies, they'd go read studies. They want to hear you quickly address the points and not just be like, here's a bullet point list of all the things I learned from reading different studies and different pieces.
People marry young and regret doing so, and because they don't fully embrace the young adulthood because they feel stuck or tied down. I could link the study if you'd like. It's a pretty interesting read.
Awesome. Okay, so Bryson, do you agree with that? Do you feel like that sexual freedom and this idea of living sort of, I guess some would say, a promiscuous lifestyle if you're a Christian conservative, do you think that that is a net positive or a net negative as a whole on our society?
It's obviously a net negative. We don't need a study. It's kind of common sense. People, no, just let's just think about it. Let's just talk about it.
John Doyle just mouthed true. Jesus.
I don't need facts and data.
No, I have facts. I'm about to give them to you right here. The single motherhood rate is high in this country, very high. You have having kids out of wedlock, and most of these kids, even Obama said, when you grow up without both parents in a household, what happens to that kid? What are they more likely to do? And then when we go to LGBT sexual behavior, what comes from that? Look at the statistics. It's HIV and diseases.
Oh my God. The rate of HIV has decreased, Bryson. Jesus Christ.
That's the truth. And then they can't even reproduce. So there's literally...
So why do you care? It's none of your business.
No net positive coming out of that. So everybody...
The only net positive that exists is the production of more children who then can go on to produce more children. Entirely utilitarian breeding is the only virtuous good society can accomplish, according to Bryson. Personal happiness and even societal happiness means nothing. You must produce children. Otherwise, you are useless.
Everybody needs to do where everybody would be better off if you just wait until marriage to have sex.
Hey, Bryson, you realize that straight people can get STDs too, right? And do you
Yeah,
have
but they usually come from people from your side.
what, did you get your data back from the 50s? You want to, like, link this?
Look at the HIV statistics. You tell me who gets HIV the most.
Or
You know there are other STDs than HIV, right? HIV only became prevalent in, like, the 1970s and 80s. Like, hello? The clap? There's, like, all sorts of other stuff. Herpes?
You can give them
No.
Just
Just tell me. Remember, you tell me. Hey, tell me right now, who gets HIV the most right now? What group gets HIV the most?
There's actually a lot of people who get HIV.
No. Who gets HIV the most? What's the largest
That
group?
wasn't the point. The point was
Hey, say
that.
it real quick. Are you gonna say it?
Do you want me to?
You shouldn't interrupt me. You shouldn't interrupt me.
You want me to look it up?
Yeah, look up. Who gets HIV? Which group gets HIV the most? Which group has the highest rate of HIV and AIDS?
I would imagine it's probably people who engage in anal sex without protection, and intravenous drug users, probably at number 2.
For context, something that's interesting actually on that point is that originally it wasn't called AIDS, it was called GRID because...
Oh my god, and yes, and then they renamed it. It was, yes, it was called GRID initially, which stands for Gay-Related Immune Deficiency, because they thought only gay men could get it. And then they... Oh, I need to turn myself up, sorry. And then they changed it because, of course, that's not the case. Anyone has the potential to catch HIV. It's just more likely when you have... I think we all understand why certain groups are more likely to get HIV than other groups. I'm not going to go into the mechanics of it.
Because it was understood by the medical community to be something that was disproportionately and almost exclusively affecting gay communities. And
Of course.
gay people infiltrated the American Psychiatric Association. They referred to themselves as the Gay PA, and they lobbied
sneaky
to have the name of it changed to AIDS so that it wouldn't marginalize gay people.
It actually says that the highest rate is among Black and African American.
Oh no! No! Don't do this! Don't do this! Don't do this! Ah! Oh no. The word of the day, class, is pragmatism.
People followed by Hispanic and Latino.
That's racist.
That's what it says. You said look.
It's gay people though.
No, it's racist. I reject it.
No, but it's literally
My
homosexuality.
feelings.
Okay, what's your point though? What's your point?
Well,
Bring it in. What's your
feelings, John?
My feelings don't care about your facts, lab coat.
Like okay, but bring in this too. So then with that being said, we get where yours come from. JC, you haven't weighed in on this. We want to hear from you. Oh.
I'm sorry, my computer was up. Back to that. Anyways, so no, I was just saying, like, it's actually really not smart to think that HIV or STDs in general. This is actually something that anyone.
Oh god, they're using Skype too.
Can be affected.
Is everyone using Skype, or is just he using Skype?
Me, as someone who was in college, and I've had straight friends, and I've had like gay friends and trans friends. I've met
focus.
Gay people who are actually very, very monogamous. That they've been in one relationship for like 20 years. They only focus on the
Oh no, neither of them are equipped for this fucking conversation. It's a shit show.
business. They only focus, in like in this type of like simple and conservative life. And I've had straight friends who actually every single weekend have like 10 sexual partners. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's very
yeah, they wouldn't bring on competent people. That's not the point. The point is not to have a genuine discussion. It's to have a platform where right-wingers who are ready to have an argument, like John Doyle's an idiot. I shouldn't say that. John Doyle isn't an idiot. He's disingenuous and a bad guy and really shit. But he knows how to have a conversation if it's against people like this who are not prepared. If he's against someone who actually knows what they're doing, no, because his points are wrong. But when he's against people who don't know how to respond to him well, then he can tap dance around them, because he knows how to use rhetoric to his advantage. Bryson Gray's pretty shit too, but, you know, he's just there to say shocking things. But then they bring on, you know, people who aren't prepared from the left or the center or whatever they ended up calling it, and just make fun of them. That's the entire point. That's what the platform is for. To reinforce right-wingers with their points by bringing on, you know, people who aren't prepared and acting like this is the strongest arguments that the left can make. And of course, there are people who aren't good at making arguments.
Stereotypical, I don't even know how to say, you know, just put this only on a specific group of people. I think it's a matter of probably like education. I mean, we probably get better at educating people about like all these facts and how all these STDs actually, you know, transmit and stuff like that. Then we will be doing better. But I think it's just not a good thing to just
wait
about like a specific group, like about like gays or about like, I don't know, black people or you know, it's my opinion.
I just posted a CDC study. I just posted a CDC study in the chat that said, and this was from 2018, and of the new cases, 69% were among gay and bisexual men. So I don't know what y'all be looking up, but this is 69%. Y'all don't even make up 10% of the population.
What are you saying?
9%. And this was from 2018, and of the new cases, 69% were among gay and bisexual men. So I don't know what y'all be looking up.
Yes. And again, I didn't want to get into... Oh boy. How do I put this? I'm trying to put this in a way that it's already going to be demonetized. Why do I care? The actual act of anal sex, which is obviously going to be more likely to happen between gay or bisexual male partners, or even like trans, if one of the people in the relationship is trans and happens to have a penis, then whatever. Anyway, let's just put it this way. Whenever there's a higher likelihood of butt stuff, specifically with penis in butt, you're going to have a higher likelihood of contracting something like HIV, because it is a blood-borne illness, and when you have friction and sort of the thin... How do I put this? I'm trying to put this in tact. I'm trying to be tactful, people. Okay? Fluids and friction and relatively exposed veins and stuff in the lining of the anus, the membrane wall, yes, tears in the membrane wall, make it easier to contract HIV through these micro tears, yes. So, in communities where anal sex is more prolific, you're going to see higher rates of HIV. But that's why, again, contraception, condoms, lots of lube, safe sex education, these things are all paramount.
But this is 69%. Y'all don't even make up 10% of the population all day, and 69% of all new cases is from gay and bisexual men.
That's not how statistics work. Do you want to post the link in chat?
Don't...
Which, by the way, I just want to hop in that there's a thing called PrEP, which helps prevent HIV, and when taken daily, PrEP is highly effective for preventing HIV. Studies have shown that PrEP reduces the risk of getting HIV from sex by about 99% when taken daily. And I'm surprised that you would say that there's a lot of HIV going around in the gay community. Please link.
Oh, don't bring up the...
Link that, since the studies here don't agree with you.
Oh, God. She's doing a bad job, too, because she's actively arguing against something that's true, right? But you need to get into why it's true, not just the fact that it's true. Bryson is implying that, like, people in the LGBT community are inherently dirty or degenerate because of the high rates of HIV, and not actually going into explaining, like, yes, that's, you could use this as a great tangent to explain, like, yes, if we had better LGBT sex education, then we'd have lower rates of HIV, because people don't understand how it's contracted. They don't understand that as long as you are do this, and that. You can reduce the prevalence of these things. You don't want to just say, no, your statistic is wrong.
Sorry,
how they would still be getting that when PrEP is widely available to the gay community, at least in areas with decent health care.
Also,
Yeah, we're in the United States. That's not many places.
Why are you lying, though? Why are you lying?
Hello, Daddy Sume. Welcome.
Why am I lying?
Let me let JC. Let me let JC.
We still have an hour left in this, by the way.
Answer here.
I know the LGBT community has a lot of negative things, and I'm one of the first ones always like actually being very outspoken about that. But one of the things that actually they have been doing really, really good is...
That's a good point, too. Someone says, there's no need to play citation games with people whose beliefs aren't based on citations. When you're arguing with right-wingers, it's great to have citations to pepper your argument with, and you should certainly base your positions as they stand on evidence in the first place. But when you're debating with right-wingers and you want the audience who is primarily composed of right-wingers to listen to you, you need to understand rhetoric and pragmatism. You cannot just come at them with a bunch of statistics and be like, here's why I'm right, because they don't care. They're not swayed by that. They're swayed by rhetoric, okay? A lot of people are, too. Everyone is to some extent. But I find that right-wingers, especially when compared to the left, are more swayed by straight rhetoric than they are statistics and studies and stuff. Get on the show? Absolutely not. I would never dignify this show with an appearance by me. Like, they would do nothing but make fun of my looks for 2 hours or an hour and a half or whatever. Not doing it.
Have programs, and a lot of them about testing people even outside the clubs. They are like very, very active about like what's the thing about sorry guys, reaching people who could be who could have like an STD or anything like that. So they actually do a really, really good job chasing all these STDs and HIV cases. That's probably why you see more cases probably on the LGBT community. I've been in a bar, and I came outside at 12 a.m. and I've seen a little truck right there asking me if I want to get tested. So if we have all these programs and we have all these, even right here in LA, I would say in every single mile they have a building that is the Association Healthcare for AIDS.
I really don't like this JC guy.
Or stuff like that.
I don't think he's very good at this. Like, even, I keep forgetting their names. Like, Tiffany's not great, but I dislike JC more.
And they all...
Obviously, the people I dislike the most are John Doyle and Bryson. I'm just saying, like, even though I'm on these people's side, I think they're doing a bad job.
They provide free testing, free treatment, stuff like that. Maybe it's because we are actually evolved till the point that we've just been chasing every single case and every single people who could be at risk, and that's probably why we get diagnosed is we come up with one of these diseases. In the straight community, this is not something that you see that often. Like, even if I tell my mom right now, hey, have you ever got a screen for STDs? My mom will be like, well, I guess when I got my annual, I don't know, like...
It just feels like he says a little, but talks a lot. Does that make sense? Rambling.
Physical, that they did it, but they don't really have the knowledge or the same educations that we get in the LGBT community.
All right,
when it comes
JC, I'm going to cut you off there real fast and say, so I get what you're saying, but John, we haven't heard from you. Net negative or net positive overall, the sexual liberation movement and the LGBT community?
Definitely net negative. I think with the STDs, it's a little bit of a chicken versus egg type thing. Like, do we have the testing because we have the diseases, or do we have the prevalence because we have the testing? I think what's interesting about male sexuality, especially with homosexuals, is you can actually see exactly how relationships with human beings would manifest if the female and male sexualities were actually identical. And you can see this in the gay community because monogamy is basically non-existent. I mean,
oh no, John, no, that's definitely untrue.
I think,
which is why for decades, gay and lesbian people wanted to get married, and it wasn't until 2015 that they could. Jesus Christ.
50% of gay relationships are open if you ask them if they're monogamous. Like, oftentimes they'll just laugh at you. You've shared anecdotes with me about that. The average
anecdotes
gay relationship lasts less than 2 years. And so, I mean, they've even done...
I would imagine most relationships don't last longer than 2 years if you look at statistical lengths of all relationships.
Studies like...
That's actually a decent average considering how many relationships end very quickly.
You know, with the pinnacle of gay behavior would probably be like 1980 San Francisco, and they find like the average man there had like 500 partners in some studies.
Yes, because your average gay man is getting laid as often who's hanging out in San Francisco in the 80s. Woo!
So that's because men are fundamentally wired to basically just try to get everything pregnant. But if you're homosexual, you know, you're going to be manifesting that behavior with other men. And so casual hookups are a staple of gay culture. This is not even remotely controversial or hidden within those communities. And so I think that would probably be the best explanation for why we're seeing that amount of STDs within the community, not necessarily just that they're getting tested more for whatever reason.
It's because butt stuff makes it easier to catch HIV.
Tiffany,
I think they are. They're not inhaling. I haven't.
let me go to Tiffany. Well, let's guys, reel it in for a second. I want to hear Tiffany. Go on this one.
He doesn't understand sex at all, does he? Probably not. He's never had it. And I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying that as he's a celibate. He's voluntarily celibate, to my knowledge. He doesn't want to do it till he gets married. So I don't think he knows.
Say men aren't necessarily made to like inherently to like go out and just try to people to get them pregnant. They just want to like people. Like, yes, they like a purpose if you want to reproduce is to get someone pregnant, but that's not like an internal thing that
aren't
all
you an
men
atheist?
Want to do.
I don't.
There are plenty.
I don't want to speak to your beliefs, but I would imagine if you're an atheist, you probably believe in evolution. And so the evolutionary...
Okay, but because something is evolutionarily advantageous doesn't mean that's how your consciousness works. Like, someone going out and being like, I'm trying to think of a different word. I would like to do the sexy time. They're not thinking, I just want to go out and get someone pregnant. They're thinking, you know, I am... feeling a proclivity towards wanting to engage in sexual activity, let's say. Yeah, behaviors manifest for reasons, evolutionarily speaking, but that's not how you perceive these decisions mentally.
Psychology would agree with me in this particular case.
No. I'm talking about like people right now. In that, I know that like men want to like things, but not every man. Like if it was like an internal biological thing that they had to like reproduce, then or everything to reproduce, then there wouldn't be straight men who don't want kids, and there's plenty of them. And what I was going to say is, I did see the statistic that you brought up, Bryson, and it is pretty alarming. But the good news is that HIV rates are actually down, so there's actually less HIV cases going around.
What did the study say, though?
Mostly among homosexual black men and Latino men.
What percentage does gay people make up for?
Only a percentage of new cases.
Oh, so just give me the percentage of the new cases then. What percentage is gay people?
This is a bad hill to die on.
People make up for?
For the new percentage, I can even link it in chat if people want to see.
I already posted. I just want you to say it.
Okay, yeah. It's it's 69.
Nice.
But yeah. I mean, but
again, you don't need to necessarily harp on it. You just need to explain why that statistic is as high as it is, right? Doing a bad job.
The overall point is that heterosexuals can still get HIV in this 24% among the new cases, and HIV cases are actually down, probably due to stuff like PrEP.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm going to come into the question right now. I want to get your idea on this. We're going to go around. So when you look at the sexual liberation movement, one of the questions that I get asked a lot, and I think that people disagree with, and I want to have constructive, and I emphasize constructive conversation on this. You know, some people see sexual liberation and this idea of the LGBTQ community as a sign of progress, and other people see it as a sign of social degeneration in our country. So do you believe that the
LGBTQ the Nazis did? Fun stuff.
Community, and I would even just say like straight promiscuity is a sign of, is this degenerate behavior, or is this I would just say like a cross benefit of living in a free and liberal society? We'll go to Bryson.
The degeneracy is like a straight up eugenicist vocabulary word. You don't want to use degeneracy, people. Come on.
Look up the definition of degenerate real quick. An immoral or corrupt person And homosexuality is immoral, especially because I'm a Christian. And if you want to base it on that, we can alone. But
I'd like to hear your extra biblical reasons, Bryson. Is that a poster of a wolf on his wall? Does Bryson Gray, adult man, have a poster of a wolf in the top right corner of his room? I don't mean to harp on this, but that's the most on-brand shit I've ever seen.
But you just want to base it on nature. That's why it has a net negative, and it can't have a net positive because of nature. This is common sense.
Nature. I like that all the citations are common sense too. If anyone ever tells you something and you're like, what's your justification for that? And they say common sense, they don't have a justification. It's their feelings. Common sense is what right-wingers call their feelings, so they can pretend they don't have feelings. Let me see. I'm going to go through some of the bits messages because we got quite a few piling up. TubeMan642, thank you for subscribing for 8 months, says, woo, Chud watch. Pyromancer says, end me. Logarth says, heh, those stage colors. It's the bi flag colors. Nonon, thank you for following. Pyromancer says, TLDR, don't feed the content. Silvertone, thank you for subscribing. Pale Pan, thank you for following. Baha, thank you for subscribing with 11 months, says Hannah is a straight up cutie and I'm happy to be in her life. I'm happy you're in my life too, Baha. Pyromancer, thank you for 20 bits, says Bryson is such a POS. Barlock Moses says, you're only a Christian, Bryson, because your not reading that one. I don't disagree factually, but there's no point in bringing it up. Cyan Scientist says women equals Pokemon. They're both mythical to Bryson. Pyromancer says Bryson has no right to be smug sitting in a poor functioning overpriced gamer chair. I don't like the gamer chair thing. Like, I got this nice office chair. It's like an executive office chair. Looks nice. I think it's as comfortable as a gaming chair, but it's like looks better. It's not as like, I'm a fucking gamer. It's just like leather. It's fine. I don't know. Bardlock Moses says, another reason I like Hamilton is they show the founding fathers as human. They still make George Washington godlike, which he wasn't. Hamilton gets a lot of shit wrong, too. Like claiming Alexander Hamilton was an abolitionist, even though he ended up owning slaves. Like, come on. Silver One, rather, sorry. Does John not realize that slaves carried the country for centuries, or does his version of history only involve muscle-bound white men? I would imagine John Doyle still thinks those accomplishments are those of the slave owner because they owned the people, because John is a fascist. So I don't think he gives a shit. Silver One with 50 bits says, for the love of a non-existent god, let people be themselves. Gay and trans people existing isn't killing you. Silver One, thanks for following. Call me Mommy with 200 bits says, hey Hannah, I'm so glad to catch this live somehow. My notifications for you lives got turned off. RIP. Make sure your notifications for me are on, everyone. Logarth with 20 bits says, you're interrupting me is the worst thing to say when you're interrupting someone. Lily Love Stuff says, and all of Bryson's anti-LGBT talking points have been used against black people. Seeing him be ignorant sets me off. Yeah. Silver One says, are we sure John isn't a 65-year-old boomer? I swear when he opens his mouth, he can only speak out-of-date misinformation. Pyromancer says people need to not go on there and starve them of content. Silver One says, this show makes blood sports look reputable. Bardlock Moses says, Hannah, are you saying the LGBTQ people Blaze TV brought in were not great at debates? No. Be very careful, John with 100 bits says, me. Feeling horny, Hannah, an intellectual, feeling a proclivity towards sexual activity. Tell 45T. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. I'm not good at leet speak. Telleast? Is that what it's supposed to be? Thank you for following. All right, back to the shit show.
This is like, you don't need a study, bro. I promise you.
You don't need a study. Yes, you do. If you're trying to make bold claims about whether or not people should be able to live their lives the way they want, yes, you should have a study.
It's so easy to understand.
You don't need facts and data. Remember, people.
But I already gave you the facts, and you denied it. Now
I didn't deny it. You were just...
No, you admitted it afterwards.
You purposely didn't tell people it was about new cases.
I did say that, though. I said that before. When I posted the link, I said that.
And you didn't mention the...
He did say it was new cases. She's wrong.
Increasing rate of HIV.
You've got like the low IQ, like it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And then you've got like the middle IQ, like where's your...
John Doyle will consistently find himself on the side of dumb people and then rationalize it by saying dumb people and super smart people often hold the exact same opinions. And it's the middle of the road intelligence people that are the real idiots, which doesn't really make sense.
Your facts and data, and then the high IQ is like Aristotelian natural law says that this is wrong.
Listen, on any scale you look at it,
Using big words to say a dumb opinion is still a dumb opinion. Did you guys know that?
Any scale. Two men can't get each other pregnant. It just can't happen.
But they can certainly try.
Unfortunately, because that's not how we were created in any way, shape, or form. So even if you don't believe in God, you have to believe in nature. You have no choice. You have to believe in nature. It can't happen because you're not made to have sex with the same sex. You're literally just not created. Your body is literally not created for that. So saying anything otherwise, thinking you need study.
Again, the breeding utilitarianism is such a bleak outlook on the human condition. I can't even imagine getting up every day and believing that this is your only goal, is to breed, and if you don't do that, you have failed, and you're garbage, and you're a waste of space.
That's what's idiotic. Like I said, I can't stand when conservatives like play this little game. What do I need to study for, bro? I'm a child of my mother and father, not from two men, because that's impossible. So I'm a child of my mother and father, and we're here. And obviously, it's degenerate based on the definition of degeneracy. It's an abomination, and I
have a question for So great. Where do you think homosexuals come from?
Straight people. Nobody can. You just proved my point.
That's you saying, like,
I don't know what you're.
So Bryson, you're the cause of all these gay people. What the?
I don't know. You can't reproduce. No society is the cause of that. That's why 17% of Gen Z.
Right, let's say,
every one of y'all studies based it on what they see. So you put all these homos on TV. Promoted as good. You got you, Tiffany, who promoted on Twitch, probably teaching little kids how to be homos growing up.
How has Bryson not been deplatformed yet?
That
kid should not be on my Twitter.
That's the problem with all that. And then you got people taking pictures with Lady MAGA and Blair White. That's the problem. That's why I was leading there. But you know nobody can come from you, right? Like no.
Those are the trans people that he knows: Lady MAGA, Blair White, and Tiffany, who's literally right in front of him.
What's wrong with taking a
Wait, let JC speak real fast. What's up?
What's wrong with taking a picture with Lady MAGA or Blair White? You do realize that there is bad people who happen to be gay, and there is bad people who happen to be straight. I know so many straight people and so many gay people who have like the most amazing personalities ever and super educated, and they're like wonderful people. So why are you generalizing? That's what I'm saying right now. For 1 second, let's say hypothetically speaking that you get your way and we just make all homosexuals disappear right now. That's it. We disappear all over.
Yeah.
Do you think that all these new straight people who are gonna like keep reproducing are not gonna have homosexual children in the future? So you're just gonna like disappear them right now.
You want me to answer those questions?
People start like reproducing, the more homosexuals we're gonna
Like,
have
he
in the
says
future.
so much and says so little. All you have to say for this argument, which I think it's kind of a side thing that isn't helping move the argument forward. But let's say he wants to make this argument and he's saying, let me try and make this more succinct. Look, John, Bryson, I understand that you might be uncomfortable with gay people and you might believe that being gay or trans or whatever is immoral in some way. However, LGBT people exist. We make up somewhere between 5 and 10% of the population. What do you plan on doing with us if it's not to allow us to be who we are? Because we're not going anywhere, and even if you wiped all of us off the face of the earth tomorrow through some terrible, terrible action, there's just going to be more, right? Like, people have kids. Sometimes those kids turn out to be gay or trans or whatever. This is a reality that you need to face, and you need to recognize what you're going to do about it. What are you going to do about it?
It's never gonna stop.
Can I answer those questions?
I would like to answer the question that
that started in the last 50 years. It's been forever.
Can I answer the question? Okay, first off, the problem with taking a picture with Lady MAGA is that is a 6'3" grown man in a dress. He need to be playing basketball or hooping, throwing a pigskin or something. He need to be getting some sports. But unfortunately, he wants to dress up like a woman. And he told me in real life that he don't even like dressing up like a woman. So
if that's true, that's the funniest grift ever.
Yes, in real life he said that. Yeah, facts.
I don't trust Bryson. That's the kind of thing I could see him lying about, and I don't think someone gets into doing the drag queen thing if you're not interested in it, because It's a lot of work, but, like, pretty good grift.
So, and I got witnesses, of course, and he has to admit it. But, so obviously it's degenerate, and I wouldn't want to take a picture with this person because you're promoting degeneracy. So that's obviously. Your second question, if all gay people, because everybody's gay, trans, all y'all gay in some kind of way, if all y'all disappeared, guess what? We wouldn't have no people boycotting Chick-fil-A.
Make all gay people disappear so people stop complaining about Chick-fil-A? What? Okay.
Wouldn't have nobody saying we need gay representation in TV shows, and then the less of
they put gay people in my TV shows.
Denzel will be gay, and then hey,
You do realize that most of the people who are actually screaming and crying about representation on TV are actually like straight liberals. You do realize that, right? Because I know so many people who are actually like very quiet. Yeah, there is 2 or 3, but the straight liberal are the ones that are always doing the most. Every single time I see one of these white chicks like with yellow hair or whatever, they're straight and they're all like pro LGBT and pro pronouns and 100,000 pronouns. Like whatever you're saying right now, you just put it on a group of people, but it doesn't even make sense. Maybe your experiences are different from mine, but I'm really not understanding you here.
I think the biggest problem with degeneracy is that, especially with men in particular, our greatest desire is sexual desire. And so your ability to control yourself basically manifests in every aspect of your life. So if you can't control yourself...
This is what annoys me about this debate, too, is John Doyle's a shitty person. He's a fascist. He's a bad dude. He doesn't think voting is good, which is not good. All sorts of dumb alt-right bullshit. But he's the only one in this conversation who seems to know how to have a conversation like this online. He's able to, like, move the conversation forward in some way. His cadence of speaking makes him palatable. He's not, like, frantic in his argumentation. It's why he has an audience, is because, I don't want to call it charisma, but he has a way of speaking that gets people to listen to him.
Sexuality, then you're not going to be able to have
and that's why he's dangerous and Bryson isn't.
Discipline and all other regards. And so I think that the people who are sexually deviant are basically sexually narcissistic in that they believe that they have to, like we were talking about, be represented in all aspects of things because they derive their identity from their sexuality, especially given the fact that we've lost all national identity, all identity with God, etc.
I very much do not define myself by my gender or sexuality. I'm trans. I'm glad I get to do this and you know, be who I am. But that's not how I primarily define myself, nor do I define myself by being bisexual. I sometimes bring it up on the show, and I think even my, like, Twitch description says, like, I'm a trans leftist YouTuber, just because people give a shit about stuff like that online. But, like, at the end of the day, it's very far from the top of my list on ways I would define myself to someone who really wants to get to know me.
Etc. And so as a country right now, as a civilization, for the first time in recorded history, our life expectancy is actually decreasing because people are committing suicide, they're overdosing on drugs, everybody's depressed, middle-aged white women in particular, I'm looking at you, and we think that...
It's almost like the country's going to shit because of income inequality and a lack of hope for the future. Nobody has affordable health care, we're all fucked.
We're somehow making progress because we can go kill brown children in the Middle East so that we can teach like their sisters about gender theory or something. We basically have elevated sexual deviance.
The way that he's trying to combine Middle East wars put on by war profiteers with some social justice thing is so bizarre.
See, to the altar of eternal and universal progress, whereas everything else, I mean, everybody's fat now and out of shape, but we tell ourselves that because people can walk in a parade waving colored flags, that this is like the measure and metric of progress as a society, which isn't true. And even with degeneration, for example, degenerating from our roots as, you know, a Christian nation, that would, like, by definition be what these types of acts would be. So
Tiffany.
Yeah, first I want to respond to Brian Gray, then I want to actually answer
Bryson.
the initial question you made. First off, Brian, if homosexuality wasn't natural, then homosexuals wouldn't exist. People don't choose to be gay.
Yes,
The reason people rallied against Chick-fil-A is because they actively donated to anti-LGBT.
Why do you take the bait on the Chick-fil-A thing? No! No, the Chick-fil-A thing. Don't take the bait. You're getting so off topic.
organizations that advocated to make our life harder. Also, John, my identity as a person doesn't hinge on my sexuality, and
I wasn't
neither
speaking
does
to you
my...
specifically.
No, I know. I'm just like, you were saying, I thought you were being broad, which would, I thought, include me as a human being. But yeah, a lot of people's identity doesn't, like, sexual identity doesn't hit, like...
Oh, by the way, I didn't show you guys the thumbnail on this video, and it is kind of funny that they're like, LGBT people only define themselves by their sexuality. And then the thumbnail of this video, I don't know if you guys can see this. It literally has, this is labeled as straight, trans, straight, gay. Can you see that? Above their heads, it has, yeah. So, interesting.
You made me mess up. All right.
Many such cases.
Yes. Also, plenty of LGBT people are disciplined, and they don't have to get control of their sexuality.
I do think it's funny, too, because some of the most in-shape people are gay dudes. Like, I'm just, you know. It's funny that he sort of conflated the, quote, degeneracy of the LGBT community with, like, the degeneracy of Americans being fat. And I bet if you took a statistic of obesity rates in the gay community versus the general population or the people who are straight, I'd imagine there'd be a lower prevalence in the LGBT community because it would be skewed just by the gay gym bros, who I respect, by the way. Good for you guys.
I can hold a job.
I know bears exist.
And I can do my tax.
But here's the thing. You know what they call bears who are straight? Just normal dudes in their 40s with beer guts. So, just saying.
I can raise a family, and I have no issues with that. That's like real discipline if you do it well, not if I don't want to have sex with other women. So can I answer the question real quick, because I want to get it out before I forget. But before I get into it, I just want to say that the whole question about is being gay a positive or negative in American society is insanely you could swap out gay with literally any descriptor of an American, such as Jews. Are they a net positive society? Or black?
Ooh, John Doyle's mouth moved a little when she said that, like he was trying not to have a reaction. I'm probably reading too far into it, but I very specifically, when she started saying that sentence, looked at him. I don't know. Enhance.
People, are they net positive to society? This is the kind of question
I meant more the movement, sexual liberation movement, not homosexual people or innately, just like this movement and this push to further and further fight for. Yeah. So I'm talking about the
way you phrased it sounds like something I'd see on poll.
No,
or
I said
survey on
I said the LGBTQ community, meaning I said their prevalence in the social conversation and their influence in it, meaning as this has progressed and they've gained more and more momentum, has that been a net positive effect on society or a net negative? Not is a gay person's life valuable or not valuable?
Because the initial question made it sound like
they're intertwined. The way that you're seen by society has an impact on the way you're treated as a person and the way you view yourself. So you can't act like these are completely divorced concepts. You can't say, well, we're not talking about whether or not an LGBT person's life is valuable. We're talking about whether or not they get to participate in the public square. Like,
people assume that lives are valued inherently less in society, depending on who they are. There's actually a bunch of bipartisan research on this topic, as well as...
Oh no, she's about to just go off on a bullet points list of studies.
Americans are becoming more accepting of LGBT people. Back in 2006, only 51% of Americans thought homosexuals should be accepted, but as of 2016, that number has increased to 63%.
You don't want to cite this statistic because John, and I haven't watched this debate. I don't know if he's really going to do this, but recent studies have actually shown that number drop slightly amongst youth. So if you cite Americans getting more comfortable with LGBT people as a statistic, John is going to come back and say, well, recent studies have shown that amongst youths, LGBT acceptance is actually slightly dropped, and he's going to then infer it must be because they're sick of all these LGBT people shoving their sexualities in their face. You know, you got to strategize.
I haven't found any data more relevant than 2016, but that's fairly recent. And still rising, by the way. This could be due to the fact that LGBT people have been granted more exposure over the.
I've talked about that statistic and why I think it is the way it is before, by the way. And my thought process on it is, oh, I have eyebrow stuff in. I shouldn't do that. Oh god, I lost my train of thought. Oh, the reason that statistic's gone down slightly is because when you think of the LGBT community back in the day, you'd probably primarily used to think about the G and L and maybe the B, but mostly the G and the L, whereas nowadays the main topic socially that gets brought up in regard to the LGBT community is usually the T. And there are fewer people who are supportive of T than there are of G, B, and L. Unfortunately, there's a lot of TERFs out there. So I think the question has gone down not because general support for, like, gay people has gone down, but because the term LGBT has become more associated with the trans community in recent years, at least when we're talking about them broadly in the social context. And there are just fewer people right now who support trans people, unfortunately, than people in the gay community.
The past decade, as well as the number of people who identify as LGBT increases. There are more LGBT people coming out now than ever before. Studies show that there is no scientific evidence that people. I can talk. I promise. Study shows there's
I
no
don't
scientific
believe you.
evidence that parenting effectiveness is related to parental sexual orientation, meaning that same-sex couples are just as likely to provide supportive and healthy environments for children as LGBT people are. In fact, the only negative to LGBT people in the workplace...
I'm going to speed this up a little bit. Just a bit. Just a tad.
I can think of is the fact that they face more discrimination and aggression from other coworkers. 70% of LGBT people passed over for a job due to their sexual orientation or gender identity.
Again, you don't want to cite... These statistics are true, I agree. But Bryson does not care. He has already illustrated that he does not care about statistics. John Doyle cares about statistics insofar as he can contort them to his rhetoric and use them against you. But he doesn't care about the actual meaning of the statistics. So it is pointless in this debate to continue to bring them up.
10 to 20% receive a negative performance evaluation or passed over for a promotion because they were gay or trans.
Especially in regard to, like, systemic issues involving discrimination. Right-wingers don't give a shit. They don't believe that stuff exists.
41%.
They're wrong, but they don't believe that stuff exists, and you're not going to convince them by citing these studies.
Of gay and transgender workers were verbally or physically abused. Seems to me like LGBT people just want to live their lives and be productive members of society. Only the ignorant and bigoted are trying to make their lives a lot harder to do. Yeah, and speak of the devil, Bryson.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we actually agree. I think since the early 1990s, the public perception of same-sex marriage, which is what we'll use for this example, has like literally inverted, so that the amount of people who used to be against it are now in support of it and vice versa. And oftentimes with these social movements, we tend to think of it in terms of like, oh, we just know better than the people 30 years ago did. But that's not actually true. It's actually the result of calculated political movements and funding and resources being allocated properly, etc. There were strategies.
They tricked us into accepting people, those bastards.
Guides literally written. I think the most common would be How America Will Conquer Its Fear and Hatred of Gays in the 1990s.
You think she's doing well at recruiting centrists? Right-wingers are a lost cause? This is on the Slightly Offensive channel, which is on The Blaze. There are 0 centrists that watch this channel. It's pointless, which is why I say you shouldn't even go on this channel in the first place, but...
It was written as a strategy book for how we're going to get America to accept LGBT people. Well, actually, at the time, it was just gay people. And one of the ideas was that we need to frame it as love is just love. It's just the same as a man and a woman wanting to get married. And it's just like they're victims. We need to feel bad for them. These were all political strategies so that America would eventually come to terms with this and so that they could feel accepted in society. And so I don't think that it's a matter of us all of a sudden just being like, oh, wait a minute. No, this is like fine. It's actually just like a calculated movement of basically different apparatuses coming together to push this agenda. And
Wait, what's the agenda? Having gay people live happy lives?
I mean, it depends on how you define happy, but it's not about that.
I mean,
happy, you know, when people are content with their lives, when their way they live makes them feel good about themselves in general.
They live their life without being discriminated against and have the same
But that doesn't actually make them happy. I mean, they're still
opportunities
disproportionately manifesting mental illness, disproportionately committing suicide.
Again, yeah, because society treats us like shit. It's your fault, John, and people like you. Let's do another break for some bits messages. Lily says, does Bryson think his parents only smashed to make him? Imagine only having sex to have kids, and your kid is Bryson, the MAGA rapper, with a wolf poster in his room. History Chick says, yes, I was turned asexual because of the great asexual representation in the 2000s, 2010s, and 2014 Tumblr. Eye roll. Last First Born X, thanks for resubscribing. And also says, the reason John is so good at this is because he doesn't have sex. He puts all that time and energy into his craft and not getting laid. Lily says, maybe it's because of the fact that America's having their fling with fascism in the open now? Maybe. Bardlog Moses of 50-bit says, this debate is pointless. I agree.
There's no evidence to suggest that
there's
this is
reasons
because...
for that, and a lot of those reasons come from...
Let me put it this way. I think the debate in and of itself is pointless, but I think there is value in dissecting it and explaining where the pro-LGBT debaters are going wrong with this discussion. And it's also funny. Bryson Gray is always funny to listen to. John's just annoying, but Bryson is hilarious.
From outside sources, not internal. Not just because they're gay. It's because other people treat them like or they're just owned.
Right, it's not because they are gay. It's not like a shame thing. It's because they have adjacent mental illnesses that could also be contributing into that. Who? Like when?
John, look down! I know this isn't how cameras work. Bryson is right there. John, you are here debating that LGBT people are degenerates and shouldn't be allowed in discussions in the discourse. Well, where are all these people discriminating against gay people?
What? We just heard Bryson attack.
Yeah, Bryson attack. Yeah.
Bryson is one person, though. There's no, like, societal discrimination against gay people.
Bryson is the... Fellas, we did it. We found the only homophobe in the United States. He's here with us tonight, introducing a Bryson Gray, the world's only homophobe. He's waving, comes and sits down.
Y'all just brought up my name. So first off, can we stop this cap? Like, first off, I said why more people are gay now, and then she disagreed, and then she literally just proved it in the last thing, in the last little speech she just gave. She literally proved my point. She said more people coming out as gay because there's more gay representation, which proved my point from earlier.
True.
Okay, that doesn't mean there's more gay people. It means there's more people who are gay who are comfortable coming out of the closet. These are different things. There's not evidence that there are actually more gay people than there were in the past, but there's definitely more people who are out about it.
But
well, no, it's because they're less afraid to come out.
That's not true, because if you look at the data from Pew Research, for example, as far as when people are coming out at what year, if that were true that all of a sudden people are more accepting so they feel comfortable to come out, you would expect the age at which people are coming out to be about the same as far as the trends going upward. But that's not what you see. You see people who are like older and people who are middle age. It's about the same as how many of them are identifying as gay. But for some reason, it's the younger people who I think it's now 1 in 6 are identifying as LGBT plus. And the reason.
Sure, because if you're okay, I see the difference here. The reason that it's more comfortable for younger people is because they've always grown up with the status quo that it's normal, so they're more accepting. Older people are sort of set in their ways. Someone who's 45 or 50 years old has been married for years, and if they're gay and in the closet, they're not going to upset their whole life by coming out. Or maybe they're even bisexual. A lot of the people I know most of the people I know who are LGBT are bisexual. And if you're in your 40s and you're bisexual and you're married to the opposite gender, you're probably not going to feel the need to come out about it, because what would the point be? Nothing is going to functionally change in your life. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's right. I think it's always good to be honest about who you are, at least with, you know, the people closest to you. But, like, I get it.
Reason for that, and you said this earlier too. You said something to the effect of, if gay people weren't natural, then there wouldn't be gay people. And you've actually sort of proved our point in that, because it's true that there is no, natural reason that, gay people would reproduce, because, they're not attracted to that and they wouldn't be creating children. And science has tried and failed over the last 60 years to find what's referred to as a gay gene. They found some like minuscule correlations with different things, but ultimately what the reason is, as far as like why this manifests in people, a lot of it comes down to prenatal hormone exposure, but ultimately it's basically that it won't manifest without some sort of environmental influence, whether that's trauma, whether that's other mental illnesses leading people down this path.
Our closest cousins, chimpanzees and bonobos, also engage in homosexual behavior. It's very common in nature. Like, I'm not saying I know the reason, but it's common. This is not a human-centric thing.
And so what's happened is society has continued to push these narratives. People have decided that, okay, maybe especially children, that they're confused about things, they're depressed, and they seek identity in these different movements and social trends. Pornography, for example, is something that leads into this quite often, and it can literally warp people's sexualities into like this permanent state of being sexually deviant.
Okay.
I was sad, so I decided to become gay. Did it make them happy? If so, great. That's great. That sounds like they were gay the whole time, doesn't it?
I'm taking over from here and I want to go to JC on this. That's what we're talking about. I wanted to bring up the idea of pornography because pornography is a huge part of the social and sexual liberation movement. Do you feel like pornography has been a key...
The porn is turning the kids gay.
...influence in pushing the sexual liberation movement? And do you feel like porn has been a net positive or a net negative on the youth in our country?
We know John's opinion on this. He did a whole hour-something long diatribe on it.
And we'll go to JC.
Before I answer your question, there is 3 people here.
Oh yeah, Tiffany's like an adult film performer too, right? I don't know specifically what she does, but I think she introduced herself as such.
Who's the third guy who's talking and I can see him? I can't even see his name. The guy that was just talking right now.
Conservative e-boy John Doyle.
Oh, okay. So, because I can see you here, so I can even refer to you because okay, so, I believe that every...
We're officially halfway done with the video, by the way.
All extremes are bad. Like extremes, so like right now we have like gray, completely lost in a completely conservative religious far right, and I also think that a completely far leftist ideology where all these trans issues and gay issues, whatever, is mostly about like being trendy and stuff like that. I do think that right now things are taken a little bit out of context, and we see a lot of young people right now coming out as trans, and it's probably like the new emo. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
Oh, fuck this guy. Really? Trans is the new emo. I spend all my time at Hot Topic looking at band t-shirts and buying Snap bracelets.
True. I believe that everyone coming out right now as trans and gay and
unironic trans trender bullshit. Lovely.
In different sexualities and whatever are 100% real. I think it's just becoming way too trendy because I mean,
this is literally the same argument that like conservatives and Christian conservatives used in the 90s where they're like, all the kids are gonna want to turn gay if you let people see that it's okay to be gay. It's too trendy. Everyone wants to be gay.
I mean, it's what I'm saying. But at the same time, I see some of the people, like for instance, these people here talking, saying that if homosexuality this, if homosexuality that, do you really think I picked to be a homosexual and have all this freaking drama in my life and like family drama because I come from a very religious family too, and friends drama and all like that because I was just bored at home and I decided one day, okay, I'm gonna be a homosexual. Woo! Let me get into all this type of dramatic and miserable life. No, it wasn't like that. I've always been this way. I can change who I am. I'm not gonna change who I am just because some guy here is saying that this is something I picked. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to do the best that we can. We have bad people in our community. We have good people in our community. We have sluts in our community. We have people in our community who are really good big winners, who have families, who have created empires. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that like I said, I have a very like central, a very centralistic opinion.
Yeah, the dude's supposed to be on the LGBT side.
When it comes to that, and I'm attacked all the time. I'm attacked by the right. I'm attacked by the left. I'm attacked by huge leftist organizations. Like, you know, because not every...
Oh, he's a friend of Blair White? That explains a lot, doesn't it?
Everyone can just come...
Does that mean Blair had her awful experience on this channel and getting told to, quote, grow out her mustache? And still, she was like, hey, do you want to go on this debate show? It'll be great.
To the conclusion that probably maybe we just want to be left alone and we just want to be like everyone else. We don't
let Bryson jump in here real fast.
Okay, because I wanted to respond to John.
Hold on, let me respond real quick because first off, it's funny how you keep saying Bryson is far right, but y'all, by y'all words, I've proven everything I've said. I'm just
You haven't proven anything, Bryson. What are you talking about?
A few people not afraid to say it bluntly, but can we stop this lie? Like gay people are some oppressed group and they don't control everything. That is cap. Let's talk about
gay people control everything. True. Very true. That's why every billionaire is a gay person.
We really needed that rain, didn't we?
You talk about some like miserable life. Let's talk about family. Let's start with social media. Are you more likely to get banned for calling Jesus gay? Or am I more likely to get banned for misgendering somebody?
I don't know. Jesus hung out with a lot of dudes. Just saying. They ate of his body. Washed their feet. I don't know. Just saying.
Or saying homosexuality is a sin.
I don't think anyone should get banned. Even if you say something really offensive that really offend me, I feel like...
Oh, I love when it just evolves into this shit.
You have the right to say it.
I didn't ask you what you think should happen. I'm asking you what is more likely to happen because it has happened in real life.
So you believe in gay privilege?
No,
just a little bit. If there's obvious gay privilege, gay people can say whatever they want on the internet.
Gay privilege.
But as soon as a straight Christian male says something against homosexuality, something against transgenderism, something about genders, then they can get banned.
Yeah, because you're insulting an entire group of people and not, you know, expressing that you believe that a certain religious figure is gay. Gay isn't an insult, Bryson. Ooh, 10 seconds, and if we get another thing in 10 seconds, we can start a hype train. Oh, it's probably too late.
In a
It's a
heartbeat.
shame.
That's a fact. That's happened to many people. But many people. It happened to
Oh,
me.
so close.
Yeah, but I'll go over that in a minute. Keep going with your rants.
But what I can say for a fact is I've watched people call Jesus gay, Jesus racist, which should be considered offensive to, I don't know, Christians. But nobody cares. You don't get banned for that. And then when you go out, like when you look at the radio station, the Christian radio station said they would not play my song unless I took. This is a Christian radio station. They would not play my song unless I took out the part about the LGBT community.
Yeah. Yep. People don't like homophobes, Bryson.
But one of the big.
Ooh, the hype train did start. Nice.
Up and coming Christian artist is some homosexual, and they get played on the radio all the time.
Who's that?
Maybe,
are you jealous?
Maybe that the radio doesn't play your songs because they are like actually like showing hate and prejudice and stuff like that.
The Bible literally says gay people. Bro, the Bible says gay people should be put to death.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't agree with that. Even Christians nowadays, Bryson. Funny how that is.
That's what the Bible.
The Bible says so much stuff. The Bible says that about gluttony, about
All right.
so much stuff.
All right, guys, try not to talk over each other, please.
We're talking about a Christian
Yes,
radio
Tiffany.
station.
Okay, hold up. All right, Bryson, we're gonna calm you just for a second. Cut you off there for a second because Tiffany was been trying to respond to you and John. We're gonna bring Tiffany in. We're ending this with Bryson talking about this. This is very strong opinions on this, and this is his faith. Let's go to Tiffany and let's hear counter.
Yeah, I just want to mention to John that I just posted a link in chat that pretty much says the exact opposite of what you were talking about, how gay and trans people choose to be that way. There are some environmental
I didn't say they
factors.
chose to be that way.
Okay, well they're not. There is.
Yeah, that's not. He said there were environmental factors. He claimed that it's hormonal, in utero hormonal changes, and then he claimed that there were environmental factors. He didn't claim it was a choice.
Factor to it, even if there is some.
That's something I don't like either. I hate John, and I think he's a piece of shit, and he's wrong. But you also can't mischaracterize people's arguments, or else you look bad.
That's the prenatal hormone exposure that I mentioned.
You want me to say something funny? So me as a gay person, I haven't even said one single time here that I'm oppressed. And Gray right here is saying right now that he's oppressed because the radio doesn't want to play his songs. So I guess
He's right. And I think something that's important to point out with this panel that we did. He's right. He's right when he says that. And I think something that's important to point out with this panel and the other one that we did is while certain actors, whether this gentleman or Blair White, they may not personally believe that we should be deplatformed for speaking out against the agenda, for disagreeing with it, whatever. The problem is the broader coalition in which they operate, which by the way doesn't really like them because they view them as traitors. They do believe that about people like myself or people like Bryson. So that, like Bryson said,
yeah, fuck you guys.
That is the actuality of the situation. So while certain actors,
86% of level 1 hype train
may not personally believe such.
You guys think that all of us are like that, and every time you open your mouth, and every time Gray open his mouth, he's talking about the whole LGBT community in general. You should be like, no, some people, the same thing I'm telling you right now, some religious people are so accepting and so accepting, and like the best people in the world.
The problem is though
All right, let's.
Groups like that, so don't
Okay, all right. We're kind of talking over each other. Tiffany, I'm gonna go back to Tiffany to finish what you were saying.
I'm going to respond to Bryson in a minute, but I just want to say to John, can you link in the source about the prenatal exposure? I would like to see where you're getting your sources from. Additionally,
no,
Bryson,
I don't have anything in front of it. I could produce it if you want to message me later, but this is just sort of like reading that I've
so
done.
you don't have any data.
Yeah, I don't like it. And again, data is so important for your preparation, and it's great to be able to cite your sources. But that's not really how internet debates work. You don't get to be like, well, you send me your source so I can read it, and, you know, again... This is one of the reasons I don't like internet debates. It's all about the rhetoric. It's not about actual, like, analyzation or any sort of analysis of the data. It's all about rhetoric and how you use those data points that you've already prepared.
Data on hand.
I could produce it. See, this is like sort of like, where's your data? I've done it. It's like, you haven't done the homework, and that's not really like my problem.
I mean, I've done the homework. I already linked 3 different articles.
I have 3 articles. Are they articles? They're not even studies. They're like articles.
No. Data. It's data. But there are articles as well. I mean, not that I care for articles. But I want you to get that to me at least some point. Also, I want to say to Bryson that there are some people that do get banned for misgendering someone, but it's not just misgendering. The last time I recall there was a woman who was banned for not for misgendering someone, but not just for misgendering them. I can't remember her name. I can Google it. But for specifically harassing that person for months with other people. Yeah, roll your eyes. Yeah. And she received, and I'm not done talking. And she received multiple warnings prior to getting banned. So you're not just getting banned willy-nilly. The problem is,
yes, you are, bro. It happened to me. What are you
Wait. Let me jump in here real fast, Tiffany, and say just an example. I know you have your examples too, but a popular Christian.
I might need to touch up my lipstick. I think I've worn it down. Let's take a look. Yeah. Gotta touch that up soon.
Conservative group called Focus on the Family, I believe that's what it was banned off of Twitter for misgendering, I believe, the new assistant health secretary.
Were they? Fuck Focus on the Family. That's awesome.
Which it was a biological man that is claiming to now be a woman and is obese.
I hate this channel.
And is now in charge of health policy. I know that they talked about this was a man.
Is what we call them.
Well,
she's not in charge. I think she's like assistant health secretary or something.
What I'm saying is, I think this is what they said. I'm saying, like, I think they said what I said on a tweet. I don't remember it exactly. They said something similar to that, and then that got them removed.
The actual details for me to decipher if it was just like misgendering them, which is actually a move. It's pretty much like if I called Bryson the N-word. That's how bad it is for us. So
the plight of the transgender is not comparable to the plight of the African American.
And that's why you don't say that shit. It's never a good look.
I wasn't comparing them. I was saying
that's not something you should. How would I illustrate this? I certainly wouldn't use the N-word as a bar for that, for misgendering someone. How would I compare this in a way that isn't cringe? I'd probably just say it's incredibly rude and distressing to people. It hurts them a lot. Like, you shouldn't do that for the same reason you shouldn't call people any sort of name. Don't get specific. Don't compare it to the N-word, please. You're not making anyone look good, especially not yourself.
That
you said it's like the N-word.
For the fourth time
no, I said that calling someone the N-word.
The second word of the day after pragmatism is tact. Tact. Can we say tact, class?
Word is bad, and it's so like it's similar if you call a trans person tranny or
my song God Soldier.
A man. Misgendering is
it's actually not
deserving of a slap. Yes, it is.
Yeah, John Doyle doesn't give a shit about black people. Like, he's made the joke that he has an N-word pass or whatever because he has like a black friend. Like, he doesn't care, but he uses rhetoric. He knows how to use rhetoric in a conversation like this. It doesn't matter that he's being disingenuous when what he says sounds more correct.
No,
it is. If you go over to a trans person and you misgender them, expect some wrath.
What about on accident?
Low impulse control, many such cases.
On accident, it depends. Not every, if it's a trans woman that doesn't pass, because unfortunately not every trans woman passes, then maybe. But if it's like a trans woman that passes, like 99-100% you can't tell, except someone told you they were trans and you still call them he, yeah, then you deserve to get your nuts.
Well, that's not an accident. That's intentional. That's not what he asked.
Kicked into your throat. That makes sense.
So he just proved my point. Okay, case closed. They prove my point every time. Everything I've said tonight has been proved by the people.
Can I just ask you, wait, real fast? I want to get Tiffany. Do you think, just to clarify, and this is an honest question, and I have no, like, I'm not being maniacal in any way. When we bring up this image here of the Assistant Health Secretary Rachel Levine,
oh
God, do you feel like this would be considered female passing, or?
Really? This is a completely inappropriate question to ask anyone, especially a trans person, to tell them to, like, look at an individual and then be like, do you think this person passes? Like, you... Not okay.
Or not.
I already know. I don't even have to look at the photo. No. And it wouldn't be... Not women, trans or cis, are all built differently. There are some ugly trans women. There are some attractive trans women. Same with cis women. We all come in different shapes and sizes. Not every trans woman was lucky enough to either stop hormones young or to get the surgeries, or sometimes it's just really bad genetics. You're like 7 feet tall, or you have really broad shoulders or something like that, or big feet. Sometimes you just get. But you have to work with what you have.
Give me 5 seconds on this really quick before this conversation keeps getting like this deep. So, in my opinion, I'm not the kind of...
Honestly, that's not a bad response, though. Just saying, like, it's not about being attractive. It's about being comfortable with yourself. So that's good. I would agree the ugly thing is far, but, you know, basically stating that people come in all shapes and sizes and just judging people based on whether or not you personally find them attractive is not a great look.
A guy who actually and loves, I don't know, judging people by their looks or whatever. I feel like if they're gonna pick like a Secretary of Health or whatever they're gonna pick, I don't believe in the pandering thing. I don't believe it has to be a woman, a trans, a black person. I believe they have to pick someone who's actually capable and has all the knowledge and the correct fit for that position. So in this aspect right here, because you guys are just like going in a deep looks hole, I just believe that whoever should be in a position, in the government or any position in general, it should be because what they're capable of, and not really because they're a woman or because they want to pander to minorities or anything like that. So you see, like right here, we all have like different views, and I don't think it's just okay to be talking about this Levine, whatever her name is, because I don't really know what her qualities are, or like if she's really. I mean, she was just accepted, I believe, less than a week ago. The Senate confirmed her. So I think we should be focusing on what people are capable of for the position they're about to start or not, or no looks. I don't think talking about looks is a good look for us.
I have a question about
there was just a study in 2019 that showed that children raised by same-sex couples do better in school.
Again, okay. Just listing off statistics is not enough if you don't have the rhetoric to back it up. I can also talk about that study. It's probably correlative because if you have same-sex parents, most likely they had to go through either an adoption process or a surrogacy process. And if they have to do that, then presumably they have some money. If you have the money to go through surrogacy or you have the money to go through the adoption system, then you probably are a little well off or at least have enough money to live comfortably. Kids who live more comfortably and aren't worried about where their next meal is coming from and they're well taken care of in terms of like access to things like computers and the internet and books and stuff, they're going to do better in school. It's not just that the parents are gay. It's a correlation thing, not a causation thing.
So,
in my opinion.
So that's for you, Bryson. Enjoy that.
I have a question about trans people.
Again, Bryson doesn't give a shit about statistics, so that's not really an own to him.
You go ahead. What's your question?
I'm curious because you mentioned that there are cis women and there are trans women, and so how would you define a woman if not by biology? Like, what does it mean to be a woman? Assuming that to be something requires that you cannot be other things, how would you define like a woman?
I mean, you mean like, do you want like genetic reasons or because
like what is a woman? How would you define that?
Well, if I wanted to define that, like just personally, or I can go into details. A woman is anyone who identifies as a woman.
So if I identified as a woman, I could be a woman?
I can intrinsically know that. No one can possibly know, but if you were actually deep down trans and you wanted to transition, then yes, you would be. But
okay.
Yeah. But here's the thing. There is actually some science on this. Trans women's brains, and there are numerous studies on this, resemble that of cis women's brains and vice versa.
Because of neuroplasticity?
No, it's...
That research has actually been called into question. Yeah, because of neuroplasticity.
Trans women that like other women. It's not like...
No, your brain is actually incredibly plastic, which is partially, well, actually, by majority, probably why pornography is so harmful.
Oh, do you have...
Why is he bringing up porn now?
Do you have a source for that one too, or you
no?
Just,
because I'm in a chair, but I've done the reading.
I'm in a chair too,
I'm in front of a computer.
I can link these sources.
Right.
We keep talking like trans exist, and that part is sort of like crazy.
You know what? I have the data. You want me to find my data that's scientific about trans women's brains resembling that of cis women's?
Right, because of neuroplasticity.
You know that's a biological component, right?
So is neuroplasticity.
That's what I don't get. I don't even think that's a good argument from John. John, if neuroplasticity allows people's brains to become more in line with a specific gender, then is that not still a point in favor of trans? Like, if your brain can, through any means, come to resemble one gender more than the other, are you not more in line with that gender regardless? Just wondering.
Yeah.
If you live your life as like a woman, if you are biologically a man, eventually your brain will start to like manifest that, and it will look similar. That's why it's not.
Okay. Cool. Do you think that somehow disputes being trans? Because I don't think it does. I think it actually does the opposite. That's really interesting if that's true.
Because of some genetic component
no,
in the manifestation.
It's not just. It wasn't just with older people.
I'm not talking about libido. I'm talking like this is why that happens, and if you do the reading, like that's what it will reflect ultimately. Which is why that research, by the way, isn't even like in the pamphlets, for example, that are released by like HRC, like these different ACLU, even like they even acknowledge that the research for that is like flawed because of the effects of neuroplasticity. So I don't think that like an incredible institution is even backing that. So let me.
There are a lot of credible institutions.
Actually, one more question on trans people. So if like what you mentioned, someone who feels intrinsically that they are a woman, if maybe biologically they're male, they feel intrinsically that they are a woman. Why then do they have to take hormones if they are a woman already? Like, why would they need to have that non-biological component?
Oh, sure. Not all trans people do, but I do, for instance, and my answer to this would be... my answer would be because I want to feel more comfortable in my body, and the hormones help me achieve that. Like, yes, I believe that it has to do with identification and self-identification, but if my internal identification doesn't match up with what I view my body should be or whatever, then the hormones can help me do that. And that's why I do it.
Not all trans people do. There are non-op trans women. There are trans women that do not suffer from dysphoria. But to be fair, it's like if you're trans, for the most trans people, I would say, you're pretty much screwed. Your mind and body don't connect, and it's impossible to swap your brain out to put it in another body. It'd be so much easier if you can take my brain out, put it in a cis woman's, boom, easy. But
can I go in there with us, Bryson? You're really giving a lot of facial expressions. In 60 seconds, I mean, what are your thoughts on transgender women or transgenderism?
Bro, this conversation just almost drove me crazy because it's
interesting that he said transgender women too. It wasn't just trans people. He did after that say trans, like transgenderism, but like specifically trans women. The trans man erasure, as always.
That you can be transgender. That's not a thing. It's created where you can be that.
You base your life on a book of fairy tales.
No, this is...
that's not a good thing either. Again, I don't necessarily disagree, but what you want to do is say, like, Bryson, if you want to live your life based on your religion, that's fine, but not everyone shares your religious beliefs, even though the Christians don't share your particular interpretation of your religious beliefs, and that's okay. You can't be dictating what other people do based on your religion. That's what the First Amendment... We all have a First Amendment right to practice any religion or no religion, and we also have the separation of church or state. If you want to have personally held beliefs, that's your business, but you can't use them to affect other people in a negative way under the law.
Nature. You can't transition to another gender, which is why if you feel like a woman, you still can't go get pregnant. Which is why when you feel like a woman, you still have to go get surgery, or you still have to go take pills, you still have to go do that, or you can't perform in women's sports because you're not a woman. Why we keep acting like these things exist? And this is the problem I have. When we start giving them the edge that it even exists, then people like Tiffany Starr think they have data and science. All their science is based on nothing because you can't transition into another gender. Gender, the original definition was literally based on sex. Then they changed it to appeal to homos. Bro, you're just gay.
It's almost like words change over time. Weird.
All the time.
I'm pretty sure sociologically the differentiation between gender and sex has been established for quite a while, too.
But the original meaning has to be preserved because concepts exist. It actually does.
No words change their meaning. Ever.
Why does it have to be preserved?
Because that's how things work. Like,
additionally, I just put in what you said, John, and there's no data on what you were talking about with the plastics.
Neuroplasticity?
Yeah.
Would you use Google?
Yeah,
I'll send you everything later.
Wait, is it not on Google? Where'd you find it? Was it like a bus stop?
I read books, mainly.
Oh, really? Books by who? Can you give me the author? I want to look them up.
I think Ryan T. Anderson, whose book actually just got banned off Amazon because it was contrary. Yeah, no, he had a really good book with, the bibliography had like several hundred sources.
So you're getting your data from books from people who are getting
Jordan Peterson has a pretty big bibliography too. It doesn't make him right.
stuff banned. I'm not.
Anyone can just cite stuff. What are the citations to?
Sure that it's entirely reputable.
That's a fallacy.
I have a question for John.
That's a fallacy.
So, do you guys think that maybe because of your position right now, so against...
You never want to say in a debate, that's a fallacy. No, that's not the point. You're not doing a Where's Waldo, where's the fallacy? What you want to do, if you learn fallacies, which you should, I think, if you're going to debate, and deal with rhetoric in any way. The idea is not when someone does a fallacy to say, that's a fallacy. You're not supposed to go like, that's a, whatever fallacy it happens to be. You internalize the fact that, oh, what they just said is a fallacy. How do I respond to that fallacy in a way that lets me expose how stupid it is? So if someone's using circular reasoning or something, for instance, like when we talked about Peter on his like QAnon channel, you don't just say, and for entertainment purposes, I just be like, it's circular reasoning, but that's because it's for entertainment. What you want to do is you say, oh, so you think this is the example from Peter's channel. You think that Donald Trump has to become the president because if he doesn't, then the world will not be saved. And he has to save the world because Donald Trump is great and the president, right? Like, you can then break that down and explain specifically why that doesn't work. But if all you do is say, that's circular reasoning, you just sound whiny. Don't do it. Actually get into why their argument is bad. Don't just, like, list off the name of a fallacy. Because a lot of people in your audience don't necessarily know what those are.
LGBT and against trans people in general, and it's so strong and be so verbal and vocal about it is the reasons why you guys are throwing some of these people in this group so far left that they're like coming out with like all these like crazy stuff and 100 genders and doing the most because you guys actually like put so much pressure and so much, I wouldn't say pressure, most like these big ideas out there that
Another good example would be like ad hoc fallacy or whatever, or it's not ad hoc, sorry, ad hom. Of course, like if someone says, this is something that gets brought up a lot. Like if someone was in a debate with me and they're like, you're ugly or you're fat or whatever, I wouldn't necessarily say that's an ad hom, even though it is. I would say, what does how I look have to do with what I just said? Explain to me the connection between how I look and what I just said and why you think the two are connected. You want to explain why it's a fallacy without saying it is a fallacy. I feel like this is basic shit, people.
No, you cannot be trans, or you can, I don't know, like dress up as a woman, or you can identify as this and that because it doesn't go, because it goes against my beliefs.
Okay, I meant like if they say like that's wrong because you're fat. Yeah, physiognomy. John Doyle has literally brought up physiognomy before in his videos.
Do you guys think that because of your strong opinions and so sometimes a little bit like it could be rude too is why some of the people actually take those stances on like going all the way? Because I don't consider myself one of those. I do not think there is 100 genders out there. I do think that probably Tiffany is way too on the left for me. Like, no.
Why is the 100 genders thing still like a meme? Wasn't that like a Tumblr thing from like 2012?
Do you guys
No,
think that there is?
I think the opposite is true.
Just because of you.
And I don't think Bryson. I don't think Bryson or myself would be against, or speaking for myself, I guess, I don't think that we're against like homosexuals or LGBT people in general. I think the whole discussion was basically centered around their political movement, which it is. And I hope I haven't come off as rude because that wasn't my intention at all. So
No.
I don't think that's...
I wasn't referring. I was talking about you too, but I was referring mostly to Greg. Like I used to realize to Greg. Like for instance, I respect you, Greg, in the sense like I know you're a conservative and I know you are deeply religious. I could see that. I never really saw you before this little debate right here, but I did see like when we started this thing, you referred to me as Pikachu and furry and stuff, and just because I wasn't in Halloween costume, I'll let you talk. And just because I wasn't in Halloween costume, and you already started like assuming things about me, like right away without even knowing who I am, and I didn't even know who you were. Maybe you think that you're doing that with the community in general, that you're not even like giving them like a 5 cents to let them, like some of them, not the whole community, because I accept that the whole community can be really crazy sometimes, but some of them, and maybe I don't know, come to some kind of agreement, like okay, well you have your way of saying it doesn't.
God, that guy just talks and talks and talks. I'm going to do some bit messages and then we'll get back to it. We're on the last 20 minutes, so we're on the home stretch. Bard Like Moses says, Bryson is too much of a POS for me to find funny. Fair enough. The Silver One says, John is a disingenuous piece of shit. Bard Like Moses says, OMG, this video is only halfway done. Silver One says, did John just say that all gay people are the result of trauma? Mitchell Drummer, thank you for gifting a sub. Lily Love Stuff says, do you think John Doyle properly washes his penis, or would that be too close to masturbation? I already know John and Bryson both don't wash their asses because that would be gay. Bardlock Moses says, so many animals have homosexuals. In fact, the animals out because they'll adopt abandoned young, or help out, I think, because they'll adopt abandoned young and raise them, while a cis couple doesn't. Tea with Goblin says, I didn't choose to be bisexual. I was born with an innate ability to sit in a chair properly. I assume that's supposed to be improperly. Paws Patrol, thank you for gifting a sub. Bardlock Moses with 100 bits. Another 100 bits says, your music is shit, Bryson. Woohoo Lulu, thank you for gifting a sub. Puka the Duka with 65 bits says, has the rest of my bits. TubeMan642 says, yeah, hype train. Also, I would yell at Bryson. He reminds me of people from my former church. T with Goblin says, also, I love that they think that the basis of marginalization is being kicked off Facebook or not having their songs played on the radio for being queer-phobic and not, you know, being denied legal rights or being murdered. Yeah, I'm surprised the murder rate of, like, trans women hasn't come up. Bardlock Moses with 100 bits says, speed it up some more, please, let's just finish this. Pyromancer says, hype bits. T with Goblin says, with a 2-month subscription, wee little sub fetus. Kezi Stardust says, John Doyle's tone of voice makes my skin crawl. Bardlock Moses says, Twitter now has some balls? Weird. Daddy Sume says, it's like shooting a gun behind a soldier with PTSD. Riotous Bunny Queen, thank you for resubscribing with 9 months. This sub baby's name is, Ariana. Bardlock Moses, thanks for gifting 100 bits, and then another 100 bits says F. Bryson, and then another 50 bits says, she looks like an awesome art teacher you would have in high school. T with Goblin says, the way they were talking about Dr. Levine is also deeply misogynistic. If you don't meet a certain standard of feminine attractiveness, then apparently your entire identity and credentials are subject to debate. Yeah, it's gross. Bardlock Moses says, the production value of this show is trash. Pyromancer says, right-wing doublethink on research is super fascinating. Claire the Egg says, if the neuroplasticity argument is true, does that mean we can successfully force femme Doyle? Would it be ethical to force femme Nazis? Bardlock Moses says, you know how hard it is to be kicked off Amazon? Narandia Wall with 100 bits says, words never change meaning, which is why gay people are just really happy and nothing else. Bardlock Moses says, for the love of the void, I would rather listen to Peter right now. Dad Buell with 20 bits says, Tiffany should be talking about all the non-binary genders in other cultures, the Hijra of India, etc., that have existed for longer than Christianity. It literally proves that gender is not based on sex. Bardlock Moses with 50 bits says, this debate has made my typing skill go downhill. Goya Tree, thanks for $5, and Mitchell Drummer with 35 bits. We're caught up. Let's finish this.
And affect my life, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, to be fair, you are a meme, which is the only reason I know about you. You're a meme in the right-wing community in the Pikachu suit, and I genuinely thought you were all the time. If I was wrong about that, then I was wrong about that, and I'll take that. So I'm not gonna lie, you're a meme, but do not confuse it. I do not agree with the LGBT community at all, period. I don't
Thank you, Porta Potty Peeper.
Secondly, is degenerate. Third,
just rip off the Band-Aid and this is the rest of this debate.
I think it's a mental illness, which is why they act the way they do. Not because of anything I say. I think it's genuinely mental illness. And homosexuality was mental illness less than 30 years ago. And now,
less than 30 years ago, homosexuality was removed from the DSM in the 70s. That's like 50 years ago, Bryson. What are you talking about? Let me look at the year. When was homosexuality removed from the... No, it was the 70s, I think. 73! 1973. So that was... Oh boy... 30... 40... 48 years ago. We're almost 50 years from that point, Bryson. Do you want to talk about other things that were happening 50 years ago? Just a few years before that? Do you want to talk about other status quos that changed in, I don't know, maybe 1969? Don't think he wants to.
Of course it's not. Of course transgenderism is now still considered mental.
Let me just put it this way. Okay, I'll just say it out loud. The Civil Rights Act is only 4-5 years older than LGBT people, or at least homosexual people, being taken off the list of mental illnesses in the DSM. So let's not go there.
4-5 years older than LGBT people, or at least homosexual people being taken off the list of mental illnesses in the DSM. So let's not go there. 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 So let's not go illness, but all of it is, in my opinion. And also, the thing is, when you say y'all want to live your life peacefully, that's a lie. I am in the conservative movement. I go to these events. I am personally attacked by the LGBT Trump support community all the time. They throw dirt on my name to the Trump campaign. All this is fact. The Trump campaign texted me and said, Bryson, we can't promote you if everybody's telling us you're homophobic, because y'all don't let. Here's the thing. All this started because I say Bible verses on my Twitter, and Brandon Straka and all of these homos.
Bryson is so mad that his career is going to shit because he won't let the homophobic shit go. It's so funny.
Come to my page and have the audacity to think their opinion matters to me. And it doesn't. So I'm outspoken about what I believe in, and then y'all don't like it. When I say y'all, I'm talking about exactly you. I'm saying y'all's and LGBT people, and y'all don't like it.
How do some people? I understand when some people wanted to bring their, some people on the LGBT wanted to completely bring your agenda to you and try to make your life live that way. I understand you getting like that, but how does it affect you? For instance, people like me. Like let's talk about let's just not talk about anyone else. Like me. Like I'm just here living my life, working. I don't consider myself a promiscuous person. Honestly, I only work out and mind my business with my friend. How does this honestly affect your life?
I can tell you how. Because I plan to get married. I plan to have children, and I don't want my children to be easily exposed to degeneracy.
I don't want my children to know that a certain group of people that exists. Oh, Bryson. Oh, man. I don't know how to tell you this. Your kid's gonna know that gay people exist. They're gonna know trans people exist.
And
they might be one of them. Who knows?
Fortunately, I'm not even saying you're a bad person personally, but
the ideal situation here would be if Bryson never has children, honestly.
Even if you do go to your social media, you promote degeneracy. You're aligned with degeneracy. So that makes you, unfortunately, one of my enemies, because you're literally against and attacking my core value system. So we can't align because we can't come together and promote the same thing. It's just the truth. Not saying you can't vote for Trump and I can't vote for Trump.
All right, let's go to Tiffany's. Tiffany's been trying to weigh in for a second. JC, real fast. JC and Bryson, real fast. Let me let Tiffany weigh in. You guys, JC.
One second.
Okay.
Going back to what I said before, I come from a very strong Catholic household, and I come from a very like conservative and straight parents, and I still have my views, and I came out this way. Why do you think that maybe okay, you have a family, and I don't know if you have children or you will have in the future? How do you?
Oh no, is he gonna ask Bryson what happens if his kids are gay? I feel like this is gonna get bad.
Why do you think that my existence is gonna like influence your livelihood or your family? Where I come from, I lived in Cuba, right? And homosexuality, communism don't play around. Communists don't like homosexual, like, you know, and I wasn't raised in it.
That's funny considering most communists on the internet are incredibly gay or trans. Not tankies, though, usually, but tankies are basically Nazis.
I wasn't raised I didn't even meet any gay people around me when I was a child. Never. I didn't even see a gay people. I didn't see a gay show, nothing. And I'm still gay. So why do you think that this influence thing that you're talking about is gonna affect your family? I'm telling you right now, as an experience, that me, who was raised in tyranny, literally in a dictatorship, that I was not allowed to see any of that. We only have 2 channels on TV.
What's a tanky? Basically an authoritarian leftist. They usually like defend the Soviet Union and North Korea and stuff.
And it was mostly like Fidel Castro.
And like China's authoritarian measures.
Even speeches. So why do you think that, I don't know, someone working out at the gym when you're working out with your son, if you have one, is gonna like
they'll defend Stalin and stuff, bad stuff.
Somehow affect your family because me myself, I never saw any of these.
Just quickly, I'm gonna let Tiffany go just like less than 10
It
seconds.
was quickly a minute ago.
No, I gotta respond to him. But you can only work for God or work for Satan. That's it. And I can't allow.
All right.
Satan has better dental, so.
All right, Bryson. Then we're gonna go 10 seconds. Go, Tiff.
All right. So I'm gonna respond to both Bryson and I wanted to ask John something.
I'm so glad we're almost done with this.
I just like how Bryson keeps throwing around the word degenerate, yet he has yet to establish how LGBT people are actually degenerate. Like,
I already did it.
No.
He's just gonna say you can't have children. And the Bible says it's an abomination. That's his justification. It doesn't go deeper than that. He's a puddle of a person. Very shallow.
Really degenerate. You gave a lot of feels there. A lot of feeling.
No, it was a fact.
No, it wasn't. It's not. Anyways,
you proved it though.
I just want to say, currently, gender dysphoria is considered a mental illness in the DSM-5. However, there are talks and even plans to have it removed.
Of course.
And some argue that leaving it in would actually benefit the community in some ways, but opinions are split on that. Additionally, even though it's still in the DSM-5, the World Health Organization hasn't considered gender dysphoria to be a mental illness since 2019.
Don't care.
Regardless, you don't care. Yeah, I know facts. So,
Well, the fact is
I'm not done. You talked for like 5 hours.
You're talking to me.
Regardless, it could be treated as I meant. Like it could be treated. There's already treatment for trans people that's proven to improve their mental stability and their happiness, their overall happiness. And then I want to talk to talking John real quick.
Do you mind if I comment on the DSM thing, just so I don't forget it before you?
No. I just think it's funny that you mentioned Ryan T. Anderson as one of your sources, someone from the Heritage Foundation who is vehemently anti-LGBT, as if that's like an impartial study, where all the studies I'm posting are bipartisan.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I want to know what political movement and agenda you think LGBT people have, other than trying to establish rights to be on equal terms with everyone else and just live happy lives, because that's all we want.
I would counter that question with what rights don't they currently have? And as far as where I'm deriving my material from, you haven't read the book, you haven't looked through the bibliography, you just Googled,
I'm not gonna read a book.
You just Googled his, I believe that, but you just Googled his name and saw that he's affiliated with the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah, the Heritage Foundation is fucking garbage. They're garbage, John. They're garbage.
And so to dismiss that just because of his affiliation would be fallacious.
No, it just tells a lot about a person of who they work for and what their books are titled and written. So
Right.
I'm not worried about that.
Like, I'm sure if John Doyle saw a book that was written by, I don't know, a prominent figure from the ACLU or or the NAAC, or no, whatever. You know, any organization that he would disagree with, I'm sure he wouldn't write it off at all.
I feel like where you're getting your information is not reliable.
Convenient.
Anyways,
As far as their agenda, state-enforced homosexuality would, I think, be the ultimate.
what do you mean state enforced homosexuality?
What? A dick for every butthole and a chicken in every pot. You heard it here first, folks.
Homosexual.
I mean,
no one's trying to turn you into a homosexual.
Right, but it's getting to a point where if you don't agree, or I'm sorry, if a child expresses that they are not binary or they are not the gender that they were assigned at birth is the language, it's going to get to a point like it has in many Western countries where the state will step in, consider that to be child abuse, and remove the child from the parent's household.
Just happened.
Okay. You understand that would work in the reverse too, John. Like, I don't think this happens virtually ever. But let's say there was a theoretical situation where someone was like, I'm going to tell my child, let's say their child is a male at birth, and the parent was like a out there person and was like, I'm gonna tell my kid that they're a girl and they're a woman, and then they do that, and the kid continually expresses that they don't want to do that and they'd rather, you know, be considered a boy and dress like a boy and all that stuff. The state could also take that kid away. Right? It's almost like kids aren't your property and they're human beings, even though they're little undeveloped human beings that need to be protected, sometimes by their parents.
In Canada, actually, there's an example of a father who actually wouldn't accept his daughter. I think it was, I might be wrong, but I think it was either his daughter, I think that was identifying as a man, and then he wouldn't accept the new trans identity, and then the state sort of barred his ability to have custody of his own daughter.
Nope! That's not what happened. Let me explain what happened in that case. That's a complete misrepresentation. Basically, God, what was the specifics of it? I know it wasn't that. Shit. There was some sort of divorce, I think, and the son, who is trans, decided to not want to see the dad because the dad was not supportive of him being trans. The court also barred the father from, like, talking about these issues publicly because it was distressing and considered harassment of the child. And then the dad did something very publicly. I don't remember if it was like a newspaper interview or like on TV or something. And he went on TV.
I thought he just posted on Facebook.
Was it? Hold on. Someone just posted the link, so let me take a look. Legal dispute between trans children and father takes new turn over freedom of expression. In a messy legal dispute between a 14-year-old transgender boy and his father, who rejected the child's gender identity, has expanded into a fight over freedom of expression. In a recent decision, BC Supreme Court judge ordered the father to stop publicly discussing the case after finding some of his actions, including interviews with conservative media outlets, exposed his child to significant harm and constituted family violence. So yeah, he was doing interviews with conservative media outlets.
That's why they barred him, and then he, after the bar...
Yeah, that'll do it.
What did he do?
But the father's lawyers say the restraining order is draconian, and they plan to file an appeal, blah, 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 blah. A publication ban imposed by the court restricts media from identifying the child or the father by name. The case last year as a... and he did. He identified the child, I think. I think he also misgendered and dead-named. Which is why that happened. Yeah, fuck that dad. I don't feel bad for him even a little bit. They're misrepresenting the case, though. Shocker.
I know that hasn't gotten there in the United States yet that I know of, but I know in Canada, which has, I think people are much less resistant to the state there, I would say. There in Australia, I think people are pretty passé on politics. They have moved in that direction. And so then kind of going to you, Tiffany, like, do you feel that that is, like, where do we draw the line? I want to end on the last question then. Yeah, like, where do we draw the line on the sexual liberation movement? Is that going too far?
You draw the line of anything other than consenting adult humans. Period. There you go.
To where the state can remove...
I solved your problem. We didn't have to spend an hour and 20 minutes doing this shit.
A father from custody of their child based on the fact that he doesn't accept their sexual identity. Like, where do we draw the line? And we'll start with Tiffany.
Gender identity.
This is our last question, so please get everything you want to say out in this question.
If it's just based on what you said, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the data.
It's not. He was lying about the situation.
I think that's a bit too far to just take custody of the kid, but I have to see the article in order to know exactly all the details. So.
And the state doesn't have custody of the kid, the mom does.
I'm not comfortable saying what I think. I think I heard about the story and that the father was that doesn't mean that he shouldn't have his daughter or son or whatever they identify as. But I still need to read the data. I do want to say though that young kids expressing their gender identity, it's not like they're being forced to like transition or anything. A lot of kids will show signs that they could be trans, and if parents notice them, they usually take them to a professional, and that professional over a course of a year or two will determine if that child is actually trans. And even then, if they're put on blockers or something like that, even then, if the child decides they don't want to transition afterwards, they can just stop the blockers and they'll go through their natural puberty as opposed to starting them on hormones. But that's when they're like older. We're not talking like 7, 8, 9-year-olds. This is like, it's not like they're just giving sex changes to kids or anything. So I don't think that they should be stripped away, but I do think that if you're a good parent and you're not a bigot and your kids do show signs, maybe bring them to a professional. And who knows, maybe they're just going through a thing. I know that there are plenty of young boys who wear dresses and it's nothing to do with like their gender. They just really like to do it, or they'll play with like G.I. Joes and Barbies, that kind of thing. So it could just be nothing. It's just you don't know. So I don't think that's a problem, but...
We're in the last 10 minutes. I want it to be done so bad.
Taking kids away, that might be an issue.
So that's where you would draw the line on this, thinking that state-enforced homosexuality is where we draw the line, saying as long as these choices and these liberties.
That wasn't homosexuality, that was trans.
Well, I'm just meant the whole LGBT community. I get all the names sometimes mixed up in my head. Meaning,
why? It's not difficult at all.
Like, I just mean the whole sexual liberation movement, including heterosexual promiscuity, is like we draw the line towards the state getting involved, but when it goes in just personal liberties, personal freedoms,
the state is going to take away my kid because I don't like that they're a slut.
Then it would be, you would consider that just to be overall a net positive.
I mean, as long as it doesn't, if no one's getting hurt, then yeah.
All right, let's go to Bryson. Last thoughts on this.
If you listen to what Tiffany just said, and you are a Christian or just a normal human being and it didn't discuss you, then it should. Tiffany literally just said, if you're a good parent, listen to the wording Tiffany used. If you're a good parent, you'll fill your kids up with pills if they show signs of being a homosexual. That's
very loaded language, not filled up with pills.
Okay, hormone blockers, you gotta give them pills. So if you listen to that and I didn't discuss you, then something is wrong. But the problem is we should have drew the line. The problem is like I said in the beginning, We gave the LGBT an inch, and now we're here, and we only can blame ourselves because once you...
I'm curious what the rest of Bryson's career is going to be. Is he going to limp along with a small but devoted cultish following for his music for the rest of his life? Or is he going to end up working at Arby's, selling me beef and cheddars? It's tough to say.
You allow one type of degeneracy, which is homosexuality, and act like that's normal, then all of this is coming. Next is pedophilia, then maybe bestiality. That's already started. Actually, it's called zoophilia or something like that. And that's I'm talking. And that's where we're heading currently. So if you, like I said, if you listen to that and you're a Christian, I blame you. Because you haven't been standing up to the homosexuals, and now you got people like this telling you that you should give your kids hormone blockers and try to force them into something. First off, they can't be another gender. But one thing that trans people do a lot is kill themselves. So if you...
Yes, because of the lack of treatment and the discrimination, you're actively causing it, Bryson, you idiot.
So they already mentally...
The suicide rate amongst trans individuals goes down after transition. Surprise!
And all you're gonna do is make it worse by giving them all these pills and things like that. So if you listen to this, you think any of this is okay as a Christian, I'm questioning you, and you need to look into the mirror.
Elijah, can I respond real quick? I don't know, Bryson was gish galloping a lot there. I can't remember even the first topic because he was gish galloping so much. But
you don't want to just say gish galloping. Just address the points you can, and maybe if you need to say, well, you just talked a lot of points there, let me try and get to the ones that I can. Addressing that you might not get to every point, and then address the important ones. Don't just say this is a gish gallop. No one cares. It is a debate.
I will address the trans suicide thing. There are stats, and I do have data for this, which I will gladly link to you. Let me find it real quick. Sorry,
Bryson doesn't care. Bryson doesn't care about your data. You're at the end of the debate. Just say
trans suicide rates are higher for a variety of reasons, none of which are because they are trans. Trans people are often shunned by their parents, which is one of the worst emotional betrayals anyone can experience.
JC is back.
Okay.
Sorry, I had like some internet problem here.
With parental support, the rate at which trans people attempt suicide is cut down to 1/15 out of like 40%. 1/15,
which is still above average.
Which is still above average, way above average.
Wait, 1/15 out of 40%. 1/15.
Yeah, that's still above it. The baseline suicide rate is, I think, 0.5%.
Yeah, but no, that's just with parental support. This is not including
which other factors? Because I do know that there was
data. It's not
data
addressing transphobia in society. It's just parental support.
Can we please go to JC?
All right,
she's right about that one.
I have sources for this if you want to see them.
Yes.
Again, I almost feel bad because it's like she wants to have a discussion in good faith and bring like data to the table as if that's what this is about at all. I don't know if she understands the purpose of this debate. This is on the Blaze. This debate is not about giving solid data. It's about making the opposition look bad because it's the Blaze. So they bring on people like John Doyle, who sound reasonable. They're not, but they know how to use rhetoric to sound reasonable. And know when to pepper in statistics and how to do it in a way that doesn't feel like reading off a list. And then they bring on people that they think don't really support the arguments of the opposition very well, and then they just make fun of them for an hour.
Turns out being put in circumstances, which a lot of trans people are currently in, will increase your suicide rate.
Okay, so let's jump to JC then. JC, where do we draw the line with the sexual liberation movement? Just remind you, because we lost you there for a second. I'm glad. I thought you actually exited out or something.
Her
from the
first mistake was showing up.
But where do we draw the line? Where do we stop where this sexual liberation movement becomes toxic? Like where do we stop this?
All right, so I keep my centrist position on this debate. The first thing I want to say, I think these are conclusions, right?
Here's my centrist opinion. We need to grill.
I want to say is that there is a new wave of young Republicans and socialists coming these last years. So I feel like it would be so good for our country if we could actually put all this energy against like all the communists and socialism taking over the United States. Because you know what? Like, what are we gonna do if they actually like?
There are virtually no communists in the United States. Communism is not a threat to the United States. Stop. We just want health care, goddammit.
Actually take over the United States. Where are we going to escape to? Because I already escaped to the United States. What am I going to escape to? And you're wondering, why are you talking about that when we're talking about, like, you know, all this sexual thing? And it's just because I just don't see really the point in the point of being all this hate. Yeah, I'm going to call it hate. Or, like, probably
Ender92 says it blows my mind that John Doyle is one of the most reasonable of all these people on the right. His opinions are so dangerous but can hide it. I wouldn't call him more reasonable. He has the same opinions. He's just more tempered in how he chooses to show it and illustrate it. He knows, and this is why he's a... John Doyle's a douchebag. He's a bad guy. He's a fascist. But rhetorically, he is on the fucking ball. He knows how to talk to his audience. He knows how far to step up to the line without crossing it. Because he knows if he crosses it, he's going to get banned and, you know, he'll lose that part of the audience that he's trying to be like, oh, you know, I'm not really alt-right. I'm not a fascist. Just, you know, maybe come and we'll do some, you know, some statistics on 1450. I don't know.
I don't know, discrimination too a little bit about like people who are just think different than you and stuff like that. First of all, we are in Canada. Whatever is going on in Canada is kind of like a lost case. In the United States, I completely stand for the freedom of speech, even on social media too. Everyone should have their right to say whatever they want, even if it offends me, or even if I offend someone, I should also have the right to say whatever I want. And I just think that we could just be a little bit more united and honestly defend the interests of this country and this nation and what we are gonna be from now on. And honestly, dude, yeah, like I said, I stand for freedom of speech.
He intertwines the dog whistles fairly well. Maybe the next Tucker and then a gagging emoji. I could see John Doyle in 20 years or something having some, like, probably not network TV show. I don't know if network TV will be as much of a thing, you know, whatever. Or even cable. I meant more cable like Fox News, but I could see him having a popular show like that. And not just, like, privately on his YouTube, but, like, on some bigger thing.
Some things bother some people or whatever.
And it'll be horrifying.
It's just, I mean, it is what it is. Freedom of speech is always going to be there. I'm always going to be anti-communist, anti-socialist, and I'm always going to be, like, understanding of religion, of deep religious people, even though, like, some of them don't understand me. And to finish this on a good term, I'm actually very happy to say that
4 more minutes and it's over.
The polls show that the majority of Republicans support gay marriage. So this is something that is just gonna like keep going better, whether you like it or not, Gray. And this message for Gray, even though like you are a religious person, I really hope you find God one time in your life or something, and gives you the opportunity to see the good on other peoples and not only receive the bad energy that you receive from so much.
Don't bring up my guy, bro.
This is just the view I'm getting right now, and just, you know, and lets you like, I don't know, be more open-minded and be just more happy with yourself. That's all I have to say. I'm not being, I
just remembered what I was gonna say to Bryson.
I wish you the best.
Don't bring up guy.
This might be a bigger shit show than the last debate.
I remember what I said to Bryson.
All right. 10 seconds. All right.
Don't be a mess, Gray.
Guys, I gotta wrap this up. You're gonna have to tell him later. John, I gotta give you the closing thought. Where do we draw the line? I'm sorry, guys. We're running over on time. I need to hear you.
I think that there's a...
Oh, and John gets the full screen, too. Maybe the right is sort of courting John to be, you know, the next big conservative fascist figurehead, like Tucker. Maybe this is like a testing ground for how he does. I don't know.
The reason that trans people are disproportionately represented with substance abuse, with depression, with adjacent mental illness, with suicide attempt rates, and it's not because they're bullied, and this can be most...
It is. It's
clearly reflected through two things.
Data says.
Right. This can be most clearly reflected through two things, one of which being that if you look at the propensity of people who are being bullied just generally, their suicide rate is much lower proportionately than...
Because it's not just the bullying, it's a variety of factors. Like she brought up the parental issues without parental support, transphobia in the general society, lack of prospects for jobs and stuff like that. Internal issues dealing with dysphoria. If you have like bodily dysphoria, that's something that's pretty constant. It's a variety of factors that all culminate in the higher trans suicide rate.
Out of trans people, right? And the difference for that would probably be that they are suffering from adjacent mental illnesses, and the same thing.
No,
with
it's solidarity.
Tiffany, can we not cut him off? Let's let him speak.
So there was data that also showed that trans people...
Just let John spout his bullshit. He gets the final word because this is all just to promote John Doyle.
Who say that being trans has had no negative impact on their quality of life. Their baseline suicide attempt rate is still 33%, which is disproportionately higher than the average population. So there's that. And as far as drawing the line, I don't remember exactly what the specific question was, but I did want to respond to what the guy said, because he was talking about our purpose as a nation being that we need to be against the communists and be against the socialists. And that's all good. But as a nation, very few nations throughout history have survived and propagated and maintained prosperity by being against something. We need a purpose and we need to be for something, and we need to have an actual idea of what our imperative is in the 21st century. And right now we don't have that. We're basically doing whatever we want and thinking that our unified purpose can be that we have nothing in common except that we're all consumers in this grand shopping mall that we have. And I don't think that
How about creating the best quality of life for all Americans, even if we disagree with each other on a variety of topics? There you go. Boom. Did it for you, John.
Sustainable, and I think that we're witnessing the deterioration resultantly.
Okay, awesome.
That data from Ryan T. Anderson book too.
No, that was from the Williams Institute at UCLA.
Right.
You should read it though.
All right, let me
I
cut
actually just posted a Williams Institute link.
I'm gonna cut you guys all off here because we could say a lot of stuff on this, and I'm really excited to get this out tomorrow when it comes out. But honestly, thank you guys so much for coming on. Honestly, Tiffany, JC, Bryson, John, I know you guys have a lot more you guys could have shared, but this is the kind of conversations we need to keep having. And I realize, and I call this conservative TMZ because I think we're past the point of having fully constructive conversations in society. I think whenever sides come together, it's a little bit of drama, but it's a lot of fun. Anyway, guys, thank you so much again for watching this episode of Slightly Offensive, the best worst show on Blaze TV. Please remember to follow all of these amazing guests below. Elijah Schaefer.
Jesus Christ. I'm glad that's over. Let me follow this Tiffany person. I probably should have been careful clicking on this link because she is an adult film person, apparently. But John Doyle, yeah. Interesting. So my final thoughts on that debate. Shit show would be an appropriate word. I wouldn't recommend anyone. And again, like I said, no one who watches my show is an active participant in the discourse. I don't think anyone gives a shit about my channel, which is fine. But don't ever go on a show like this. You're not there to be part of a good faith debate. And honestly, even if you are someone who's like goes on debate shows and stuff, you know this. You don't need to be told this probably. But this show is not here to have good faith arguments or even just entertaining for the sake of entertainment debates like something like modern day debates, which I don't like either. This is a right-wing forum for right-wingers to selectively pick those who get to have discussions so that they can make fun of a left-leaning position and try and make their audience believe that everyone on the left is shit and everyone on the right is correct and very rational, but all these emotional lefties. It's just incredibly stupid. So, don't take part, please. Moving on. We got some bit messages to do. Steve with a Q says, Bryson's a conservative. They're still living in the 80s and want to live in the 50s. Pyromancer says, Bryson shoots himself in the foot. How could the gays do this to me? Devious Chilster with 20 bits says, I'm homophobic. I don't trust the homos because the homos are being mean to me because I'm homophobic. So I'm homophobic because of it. I don't trust them. I'm Bryson gay. I mean gray. F this dude. Yeah, screw him. Bardlock Moses says, F you, Bryson. Your hateful god isn't real. Devious Chilster says, gay commie space cats for the future. Antipodian Squid says, be gay or you're doing crimes? Dad Buell with 20 bits says, John saying that the state-enforced John saying that state-enforced homosexuality is going to be a thing is literally that one corny YouTube film that was like, imagine a world where being gay is the norm. Devolio11 says, the real blasts were the Bajas we made along the way. Jay Bird Stan, thanks for following. Candy Lab 22, thanks for following. Bardlock Moses with 50 bits says, her first mistake was showing up. The Maple Leaf 1, thank you for following. TubeMan642 with 30 bits says, you're a trooper, Hannah. I could not have sat through that. Keirthin with 100 bits says, these are spite bits. Let the chud see this as I give my money to support the trans agenda, TM. Bardlock Moses says, you punch Nazis, you don't debate them. God. We're already 3.5 hours in. Okay, we're gonna do a poll. And we're going to pick which one of these two videos we're going to do. Because we're going to do one more video. Okay, are we gonna watch Peter with more delusional QAnon sense, or Poop Girl, Caitlin Bennett, cooks? Vote in this poll. It's in the chat. Yeah, I should. Oh, no, the water bottle's down here. Thank you, Squid, for reminding me to stay hydrated. Oh, God. Liberty Hangout's winning. It's tightening up a little bit. Ooh, now it's very close. Is this gonna be an upset? Is Peter gonna... Oh my God, Peter from behind. Now Peter's winning by 3 votes. This is actually really close. Surprising. Peter's pulling ahead again. He's 8 votes ahead, 9 votes ahead. When do you usually do D&Z streams? We usually do them on Actual Jake's Twitch channel, around between 8 and 9 p.m. That's when that starts. It's not only an hour long. It's usually 3 or 4. But we usually start between 8 and 9 p.m. on Actual Jake's channel on Wednesdays, typically. Oh God, looks like Peter's gonna win. Someone mentioned this in the chat. Hold on. Peter wins! I'm actually surprised. We haven't done Liberty Hangout in a while. I'll save the Liberty Hangout video for next Chud Watch, which will probably be Monday. So not too far away. 1 dead, 6 hospitalized after multiple people stabbed at North Vancouver Library. Yikes. That's not good. Lupine doesn't like it. Alright, I'll stop. Okay, give me 1 sec to check my stats. I'm obsessive and I check my stats during the show for the show I'm doing. I shouldn't do it, but... Not bad. You guys did pretty good today. Okay, it's time for our favorite conspiracy theorist. Sorry, call for an uprising. You've been supplanted by someone who doesn't make my skin crawl. Although he does a little bit, just in a different way. This is Peter. Peter's political perspective from the YouTube channel Health Sanctuary Family is the name of the channel. This individual is obsessed with the conspiracy theory that begins with the 17th letter of the alphabet, which I shouldn't say for YouTube purposes, because this gets uploaded to YouTube after I do it on Twitch. And he is under the misconception that Donald Trump is still secretly the president, in control of the military, and will be removing Biden any day now. And he's been making predictions about this for a while. He's always been wrong. Surprise! And it's really weird watching the delusion shift from week to week to week. And the goalposts are on motorized wheels at this point. They're moving so often. It's interesting. So let's take a look at this video, shall we?
I'm so excited to share with all of you that Trump will be president this year. I know exactly which month he'll be president. Mike Lindell is letting everybody know. There are tens of millions of Republicans out there that are extremely depressed. You have to share this video with them, so cheer them up. They're going to be so happy when they see this video. They're going to want to throw a party. I'm throwing a party just from hearing this news. The party is on. It's going to be live stream. It's going to be 12 Sunday Eastern noon. This Sunday, we're going to throw a big party to celebrate this great news. Mike Lindell has the release date on when Trump will be president. I'm going to show you that video in a second. My name is Peter Hanna. This is Peter's Political Perspective. Click on the description button on the bottom right corner of the screen because I'm not sure many people are delivering the news that Trump's going to be president very soon. And I think everyone needs to know. Everyone needs to be excited. So, without further ado, let's watch the clip on when Trump will be president. Are you guys excited? Be excited. This is the most exciting video on planet Earth. Check this out.
He's so excited. His excitement is only exceeded by how incorrect he is. If I trust anyone, it's our good friend, Mike Pillow. Okay? Mike here is known for being, and I have nothing against drug addicts for the record, it is a health issue. It is. And I'm glad Mike was able to get clean. I am concerned, though, because let's just say that his behavior recently is not the behavior of a sober person. So Mike decided to go and invent a shitty pillow. He did so. He sold it on TV. And then he became friends with Donald Trump. And that's when things started going downhill. Mike Lindell, aka Mike Pillow, inventor of My Pillow, user of crack. I don't know, was it crack? I don't know what drugs he did. I don't care. Either way, the point is this, jokes aside. He's crazy. He's a conspiracy theorist, a proponent of this conspiracy theory, and one of the people who push election fraud, air quote, narratives and conspiracy theories after the 2020 election. I think he's being sued by Dominion, or at least there have been threats of lawsuits, which is great. He deserves it. These conspiracy theories are awful and destructive to our democracy. Peter seems to think that this pillow salesman is in on top secret government information. So let's see what Mike Pillow has to say.
Are you guys ready to hear the greatest video on planet Earth? This should be the most viral video ever in all of existence. Are you guys ready to hear when Trump will be president? Oh my god.
I kind of like the video of the lady who stomps grapes and falls off the thing. That's a good viral video.
Here it is, guys. Big.
Ooh, or the one where it's the dildo on the airport airport baggage return. That one's good.
Excited. Here we are. Listen to this music to your ears. Listen.
Did tell
or what in the butt. That's also good. I said what in the butt. I said what in the butt.
Quite a few people that by August Donald Trump will be back in as our. What they're gonna do?
Oh my gosh, guys! Listen.
By August Donald did tell quite a few people that.
That seems like the middle of a thought too. I wonder if he's saying he edited this, because I don't know what the context of the sentence was, but it starts in the middle of a sentence. It says, did tell quite a few people that by August Trump would be the president. Who said this? Who were they telling? Why did Peter start this in the middle of a sentence?
By August Donald Trump will be back in as our. What they're gonna do?
Oh my gosh, guys! Listen.
Tell quite a few people that by August Donald Trump will be back. But I did tell quite a few people that by August Donald Trump will be back in as our president.
By August, Trump will be back as our president? Guys! Here we have one of the he has 100% credible person, Mike Lindell.
He's credible because he says things I like to hear. That's how credibility works.
I think he's working with Team Trump. He knows what the plan is, and he says by...
If I'm Team Trump, and I want to do a military coup, I 100% hire a pillow salesman, okay? You know, the army needs to sleep. What do they need to sleep on, guys? Think about it. 5 seconds. What do they need to sleep on? Pillows. Mike Pillow.
August? By August, that means by August is the latest. That means it could be as soon as July. 3 months from now, Trump could be president, guys. Are you kidding me? 3 to 4 months. 4 months to be fair. But guys, this is huge. I know it's music to your ears.
You say August was 3 months from now?
Let's play it a couple more times.
Did tell
he's not very good at counting.
Quite a few people that by August Donald Trump will be back in as our president.
Oh, could you listen to that all day?
But I did tell
He's just so excited for this piece of information, which means nothing. It means nothing.
Quite a few people that
I wish I lived in a state where all I needed was a huckster pillow salesman to say one sentence out of context to make me that excited, right?
by August, Donald Trump will be back in as our president.
Oh my gosh, guys, I could listen to this on repeat like all day long. This is the best music I've ever heard in my entire life.
Ooh, have you heard Journey? Journey's the bomb, Peter. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. Listen to Journey.
But I did tell quite a few people that by August, Donald Trump will be back in.
By August, Donald Trump will be back president. Woo woo! I mean, guys, is this not the best video on planet Earth right now?
Ooh, no. Let's find the best video on planet Earth. Funniest videos ever. Yeah, we got this. Okay. We got this. This is a 4-hour try not to laugh challenge. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. This is the top one. So I think mathematically, if YouTube says it is, it's got to be, right? Does this have a bunch of copyrighted stuff? It's from AFV. I'm not going to play America's Funniest Home Videos. Sorry. We're going to have to settle for the second funniest video of all time.
1, 2, 3, let's walk forward. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Run.
Righteous! Whoa!
Oh, that looks like it hurts. That sucks. This is Amori Miku says my submission for the best video on planet Earth.
Will return fire. Transmitting. They've armed another spread of phaser in full time. Oh, shit.
Okay, sure, fine, that wins. That's the funniest video in human history. We've culturally peaked. You know? Ooh, no! I have it. It's this one.
This is Cap.
This is where civilization peaked, okay? Just putting it out there, you know?
We just got to hear it one more time. Just one more time.
But I did tell quite a few people that by August, Donald Trump will be back in as our president.
Wow! Guys, this is huge! This is huge! We know, Mike Lindell is 100% credible individual, probably working with Team Trump.
Peter, why do you think Mike Lindell is 100% credible?
Probably understands the whole plan. He wouldn't make a statement like this unless he was 100% confident in it. Now,
you didn't even say the full statement. You cut it off the first half of the sentence. That's pretty sus.
This is on Ghost Ezra's channel, so Mike Lindell is betting his reputation on this. Ghost Ezra is betting his reputation on this. Trump said our brightest days are just ahead, so Trump's betting his reputation on this. I'm betting...
No, Trump isn't. Trump didn't say this.
My reputation on this.
You're betting your reputation on this, Peter? You have to have a reputation before you can bet it.
400% credible individuals are betting their reputation that in the next 4 months, Trump will be president. Guys, so what are the odds? What's the credibility calculator say about this statement? There's a 99.999% chance Trump will be president in the next 4 months.
Okay, I'll hold you to that, Peter. I'll pretend you have credibility right now. You don't. But luckily, I'm kind of a credibility bank, and I will offer you a loan of credibility until the end of August, okay? And then, once Trump doesn't become the president, then not only do I need that credibility back that I lent you, but you owe me 22% APR credibility on top of what I lent you. I'm quite generous.
And the only reason I have some doubt on this is only because sometimes plans don't go according to plan and there could be delays. There's a 100% chance Trump will be president this year, but will Trump be president next 4 months? 99% chance. Guys, this is amazing. I know some plans don't go perfectly according to plan, but I'm like 99% positive this one will. And so this is exciting. This is huge. And this is not the only amazing stuff on Ghost Ezra channel. I have other amazing stuff I have to show you right now. But guys, this is huge. This is huge. My live show on Sunday is going to be called Trump Welcome Back Party or something like that.
That's going to be sad.
Like, Trump's coming back in August welcome party, because this is huge, guys. We should be throwing a party from here all the way to August. Is anyone else as excited as I?
Please do. Please get distracted with that instead of attempting military coups or storming the Capitol or whatever you people do in your spare time.
I'm about this. Like, I've been wondering this so long. When will Trump be president? When will Trump be president? Guys, remember when Trump's like, he said this? Stay with me, deplorables. You'll love how this movie ends. This is a movie. We're watching a movie with actors. Remember?
No, we are living in reality. We're living in the real world where things don't happen like movies. This video gets crazier, by the way. I've already seen this video. If you're a fan of Steve Martin, I have good news. Stay tuned.
We were told that we're watching a movie, and what makes a good movie? Good actors. Biden's an actor wearing a mask. Harris is an actor wearing a mask. A lot of these politicians are actors wearing masks. Some of them, a lot of them are actually being played. This movie act is being played by Hollywood actors, professional Hollywood actors who.
Let me be clear here. Peter is not using a metaphor. He believes Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and a lot of other people in government are not actually who they are. They are actors wearing masks. Like Mission Impossible flesh masks that make them look exactly like the people that they're supposed to be.
Who have cut a deal or want to cooperate. But guys, this is huge. This is big. Remember, stay with me, Plores. You'll love how this movie ends. Movie. Why movie? Why didn't it say you love how this I don't know, this act ends, this year ends, this movement, something. Why is it saying movie? Because we're watching a movie, people. We're watching a movie. I'm going to show you more evidence of watching a movie right now. But guys, Trump confirms we're watching a movie. Ghost Ezra confirms we're watching a movie. Group of individuals that were 100% trustworthy confirm we're watching a movie. We're watching a movie, and the finale of the movie's coming in August. And how does the movie end? Trump being our president, guys. This is so exciting. All right. I gotta calm myself down and make the rest of my video. But guys, if you're not excited at this point, I'm not sure what I can do for you. Trump's being president next 4 months, so that's the most exciting news on planet Earth right now. So let's see what other great information is on here. Oh my gosh, guys, this is absolutely amazing. We have so much to be excited for, and I am psyched. I am psyched for the future. This is going to be absolutely amazing. Check out this part right here. There is no plan B. There's only plan A. 60 years in the making. You weren't...
This is a post by another one of these Q grifters, for the record.
Told to understand.
In fairness, I don't know if the person is an actual grifter or they just really buy into the stuff, kind of like Peter, but either way.
And you were told to trust it. Save any scoffing, because nothing can stop what is coming. People, come on. Come on. Is this a good movie or what? Come on, we have Biden, who is acting like... Biden is being played by an actor that is a comedian. A comedian, people. A comedian. I think it's either Steve Martin. I think he might be playing Biden. I'm not sure. But if you listen to Biden's press conference...
I have always wanted a president who's played the banjo with Kermit the Frog. So I'm pretty happy about this. You heard it here first, folks. Actor, thespian, comedian, musician, friend of Martin Short. Steve Martin is secretly the president of the United States wearing a Joe Biden mask. Honestly, it's great casting. Who's better to play an elderly, decrepit president than a man who has looked old since he was 20? What good casting.
Yesterday, he was saying hilarious things like, I miss Trump, or they're coming into the country because I'm the nice guy. I mean, like, if you know he's an actor and you see how he's fumbling, he's a great actor. Whoever's playing Biden gets the Grammy of the year, and that's something goes Ezra says. But
does he mean Emmy or Oscar? The Grammy's a music thing. Unless Steve Martin is about to drop the hottest banjo album of all time, then yes, please give him a Grammy.
But guys, and then look what it says here. Project Looking Glass takes all factors into account. It was over before it began. Isn't a cute catchphrase. Sorry about that. So guys, Trump is planning to take down the deep state for 60 years. He's using Project Looking Glass that allows him to predict the future based on every piece of information possible.
Some of these conspiracy theorists who buy into this particular conspiracy theory believe that Donald Trump has access to a machine developed by Nikola Tesla that can see into the future, called a looking glass.
Which means the chance of Trump winning is 100%. The chance of Trump become president this year is 100%. Honestly, I don't even think I should be saying there's a 99% chance Trump will be president in August. I should be saying there's a 100% chance because according to this, Project Looking Glass made it easy, made the win easy, guys.
Then why did he lose the election? And why did he lose the popular vote both times?
This is, oh my gosh, guys, this is so exciting.
I'm sure Steve Martin does have actual Grammys, yes. He's done albums. They're actually, I've seen, I don't remember where it was. Was it an NPR Tiny Desk concert, or was it something else? I don't remember, but I've heard Steve Martin do some folk music, and he's good. I'm not really a fan of folk music, but he seems good at it, so. And he certainly is passionate about it, so.
Exciting. Here we have, there was total darkness at the monument in White House last night. People were taking pictures of it. It was confirmed for 10 minutes. It was completely dark.
Yeah, they were probably fixing lights or something. Every time the lights like that illuminate the White House go out, these conspiracy theorists are like, it's happening, it's happening. No, they're probably doing maintenance. They're checking stuff out. I don't know. I'm not surprised the lights aren't on 24 hours a day.
In certain areas of D.C., like in the White House and the monument. Look at this, guys. What happened? What happened? Were there a bunch of arrests? Oh my gosh. Okay, so now the monument is lit. 10 minutes ago, it was black. Weird. What is going on, guys? What is going on? So, guys, this is really, really exciting. We have Trump, who's going to be president. Here's another picture. This is D.C., guys. This was D.C. yesterday. What is going on?
It looks foggy. It looks foggy.
I'll tell you what's going on.
Does Peter not know what fog is?
We're watching a movie, a great movie. Arrests are happening. Trump is winning. We're slaying it.
Baja, we have to watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier at some point tonight. We can watch The Office. But we also got to watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier episode 2. No one spoil it. I haven't seen it yet. I swear to God, if you spoil it, you're banned.
Part of the movie. We're part of this wonderful event in history. And the next 4 months are going to be the greatest times of our lives. Guys, this is so exciting right here. So much exciting stuff going on. I couldn't be more excited. I saw this today and I was like, oh my gosh. Look at this, guys. This is funny. Listen to this. Remember, Biden is being played by a comedian. Remember I said that?
Steve Martin. Spider-Man dies. I knew it. Bucky and Falcon kiss. Yes! Disney finally read my fanfic!
He's smirking. He's noticing this is a joke. He's like, he's playing Biden with dementia. He's like...
This is out there, and I do want to... I'm sorry I'm not addressing the video very much. I think it kind of speaks for itself, so I'm just kind of having fun, especially after what we had to deal with in the last video we covered. But legitimately, this is like the craziest Peter has ever been, right? Is he getting more and more desperate as time goes on and nothing happens? Where is he going to be in August? Like, we're still going to be doing this show in August, and presumably Peter will be out somewhere, if not here on BitChute or something. If this is how out there he's getting today, how bad is he going to be months from now?
They're like, remember, he's a comedian. He's an actor wearing a Biden mask. That's why Biden right now looks so different than the real Biden. Because
it's because he's like 10 years older than the previous picture. He's old.
Because the real Biden.
This seeing into the future nonsense that Chud's claimed to have is valid as this classic scene. What is this from? Can I play this? Ugh.
I can see the future!
Sure.
Was gone a long time ago. His ears are different. His nose is different. Maybe I can show a picture right here. All right, I'm going to show a picture showing the Biden from the past and the current Biden. They're totally different Bidens. And so...
No, it just looks like the same guy, but he's older. He's just old, Peter.
Here you see Biden joking around. He's joking, guys. He's joking. They're like, are you ready for the press conference tomorrow, sir? And obviously comedian Joe Biden says, what press conference? Look at that smirk. He knows there's a press conference. He knows there's a press conference. He is joking. He's a comedian.
I mean, he might legitimately be making a joke. I have no idea. But it's not Steve Martin. That's Joe Biden.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry I'm being too loud. I'll turn down my laughing. And my gosh, his ears don't match. His neck is his neck.
Oh, Baja, is your dad here? Hello, Mr. Blast. I'm good. How are you doing?
Neck is malfunctioning. That's like what I just showed you previously. That his ears don't match the real Biden, and then
he got older. He is older. People change when they get older.
And under here, you see the mask is...
That is Biden's humor. Yeah, like that time Biden walked by the people, and I have problems with Biden. But, you know, I like him a lot more than Trump. Trump's a piece of shit. Biden's, you know, your typical politician. Or Cold Stare, thank you for gifting a sub to Baja's dad. Everyone behave. Baja's dad's here for real. What was I going to say? Oh, one time Biden was walking somewhere and a BBC reporter said something like, can I get a comment for the BBC? And Biden said, I'm Irish, and walked away. Like, that's funny. I don't have to agree with Biden on everything to recognize that that's pretty funny.
Malfunctioning.
Get something done. If
you can see the black part over here, and then if you wear a mask with...
He's got grandpa humor. Yeah, basically.
The suit, it pushes the rubber like this, and then creates this weird thing.
If it holds near and dear to you, that
right down here. Why does so many politicians have weird necklines under here and like fatty? Kamala Harris says it's like really fatty neck. They're wearing masks, people.
They're not wearing masks, Peter. Come back to reality, please.
Watching a movie. Remember,
Mr. Blast. If you're oh, I'm about to get a foot cramp. Oh, why? I've been getting so many cramps lately. Anyway, if you're confused what's happening, this is a conspiracy theorist that we're watching that believes that Joe Biden isn't really Joe Biden. They believe that it's Steve Martin, the actor from such films as The Jerk and other movies Steve Martin has done. They believe it's Steve Martin in a mask. Yeah. This is my job.
Where Trump said, stay with me, deplorables. You'll love how this movie ends. We're watching a movie, guys. This is I know people are stressing out, but guys, listen. We're watching a comedy. We're watching a comedy. At the end of the comedy, Trump becomes president. This is great. Let's watch a little bit more. Look at this. Neckline malfunctioning. Wow. Why is it sticking out? Look at that.
We're ready to get a lot done.
There's weird stuff happening with his neck. And his ears are different. The real Biden. And he says, Ghost Ledger says, the Grammy goes to Biden. Honestly, the other day I was thinking...
The Grammy is for music. The Grammy is for music, not movies or TV. That's the Emmys and the Oscars. Strike that, reverse it. But same thing. Steve Martin does have Emmys. Or not Emmys. I mean, he might have Emmys. Steve Martin has Grammys for his musical stuff, but...
Like, if Ghost Ezra is right, and Biden really is a actor, comedian wearing a mask...
He's not.
He's an excellent actor. He does great at playing Biden with dementia. So... Sorry, I burped. So this is amazing because his acting is phenomenal. Whoever is playing Biden deserves a Grammy. I agree with Ghost Ezra. And guys, this is amazing. Here he says, actor Biden said he was hired. Listen, during the press conference yesterday, these are the things that Biden said. He said he was hired. Who? By Team Trump, right? He missed...
No, he was saying he's hired by the American people.
Trump? What?
Is this the same guy that thinks Trump is going to be president next month? Now he thinks it's going to be in August, actually. But yes.
Why would the real Biden ever say he missed Trump? This is a comedy, guys. It was a joke. It was a joke to Republicans. Because the real Biden would never say, I missed Trump. Are you kidding?
He was joking. He's making a joke? He's making a joke. Biden is capable of making a joke.
Kidding me? Of course not. He was in the Senate for 120 years. Guys, Biden's gaffes and all this stuff.
That's not a gaffe. It's a self-deprecating joke about his age. How can you not understand? How can you look at a joke and still think it's a joke, but think it's a joke that's the opposite of what it's actually whatever.
Is because he is a comedian playing dementia. That's why his gaffes are so hilarious, guys. He says he spoke about quantum computing, Jim Eagle versus Jim Crow. He bumbled every single word he spoke. What a wake up, guys. So Ghost Ezra says, like, the movie is so ridiculous, like the masks are so fake, the gaffes are so hilarious, just to wake people up. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so good. Interesting note here is that Ghost Ezra is saying that that Jim Carrey has passed away.
This kid is a few sandwiches short of a picnic. I think he's more like, he has a basket and it's empty and he's standing in a parking lot somewhere with no blanket and he's calling it a picnic. But it's not quite there.
I know he's an evil person, but he was my favorite actor at some point. And this was, he says, his last tweet, which...
Yeah, these people think Jim Carrey's dead. He's not. He's fine as far as I know.
It's referencing that Jim Carrey...
Let me give you an example. Within hours of Robin Williams' death, we heard about it and knew about it. And I was very sad. Robin Williams was one of my favorite actors growing up. I think he was a very funny person. He made some really great movies. Some of them were bad, but a lot of really great movies. And I was very saddened by that. But we knew within hours that had happened. If Jim Carrey died, everyone would know very quickly.
Has died. He was a bad person. I did verify this is real. Jim Carrey has not posted since this, and this would be a very good last post if you were never...
That one was rough. But since I've been on hormones, I cry more than I used to, which is good. It actually feels very cathartic. And it lets me open up more about the things that I feel, as opposed to holding them in. But one of the times I did cry pre-hormones was when Robin Williams died. It was very sad.
If this is the last thing you ever wanted to say to your fans, in case I don't see ya. We won't see any more of Jim Carrey anymore. He has died. You'll see in the future it'll come out that he has died. Either he's been executed or he has committed suicide. So this is very exciting news. Now listen, with Ghost Ezra, he's posting so much information so fast that he's basically opening it up so that he's giving people so many opportunities to prove that he's a faker.
I think I've legitimately, and I don't mean to make this about me, I know we're talking about Peter, I think in the past year and a half, 2 years, I've cried more than I cried in the rest of my life. Seriously.
It's not a real insider. If you're a fake insider, you want to put limited information out so no one can debunk you. But if you're a good insider, you can throw out so much information so fast because you know it's true, so no one can debunk you. Everything that we say at this point, we have to take. This is the Mike Liddell video. I can't show all of it, but yeah, it's fire. I definitely recommend you check it out. Guys, this is so exciting what's happening. I bet you he's somewhere in this movie. Sometimes I wonder if is he Biden?
Wait, maybe it's not Steve Martin. Maybe it's it's John McClane himself. No. You know how I know it's not Bruce Willis? Because Bruce Willis hasn't tried when acting in 20 years. Bruce Willis does not care. If you want to see that, go watch the movie Hard Kill on Netflix or any of his other direct-to-DVD or streaming bullshit movies that he filmed for 2 days and got $5 million. Bruce Willis does not try. I've heard he's an a-hole too, yeah.
Someone thinks that he's playing John Durham. Definitely possible, but he's in this movie, which is absolutely amazing, guys. We're watching something very exciting right here. We have to trust. Here's a joke by Ghost Ezra. Rubber masks save lives. He's referring to how people are wearing masks, like real masks, not like face coverings. Guys, this is so exciting, everything that's going on here. I can't wait till it happens. This is a little funny picture. We did it, Kamala. We won the White House. Woo! Oh my gosh, guys. I've been in such a good mood today, so I found all this stuff out. Ghost Ezra says, why did Trump run for president? Who asked him? He ran for president because he was asked to. Who asked him to run? The military. When was he asked to run? A long time ago.
How does that even work? That's not how anything works. The military can't ask someone to run for the presidency. And even if that were the case, why would the military do that? If the military and all its apparatuses wanted to take over the country, they would just do a military coup, which would be terrible. That would be awful. It'd be the end of over 200 years of democracy. It would be bad. But you don't need a washed-up reality TV star / real estate mogul to do that. Doesn't really make sense.
What was the purpose to defeat the deep state? They've been planning to take down deep state for 60 years. They have Project Looking Glass.
Oh, they're doing a shitty job, huh?
The technology that allows them to predict all the moves of the deep state perfectly and predict the future flawlessly, so their strategy can be perfect. And as Ghost Ezra said, there is no plan B, which means everything's going perfectly according to plan.
Trump wanted to lose the election. It's all part of the plan, guys.
There's no plan B. There is only plan A. I imagine if there's everything must be going relatively perfectly if we're not even on plan B right now, and there's never been a plan B. There's only been plan A. So this is very, very exciting right now, guys. We live in exciting times. Never in all of history we've been watching a movie live with actors pretending to be president, and everyone thinks the actors are so good. People actually think that Biden is that's the real Biden on TV. When
it is
actually it's an actor. Guys, this is exciting. All right. Wow. Oh my gosh. Are you
Peter? You need to figure out a way to get this better microphone at the computer, because when you're at the computer, it's kind of obnoxious to listen to.
Guys, excited as I am, I want to throw a party every single day until August. This is, guys, sorry if I'm yelling. I'm gonna have to lower the volume. I am like elated, excited. I'm like coming down from, I'm not, maybe I'm going up a dopamine high.
I gotta see, can I find what this symbol is? Symbol with 2 guns, 3 crowns, and a sword. Symbol, 2 guns, 3 crowns, and sword. Does anyone recognize that symbol? Because he's always wearing that medallion. And I'm always curious what it is. Yeah, his necklace. Maybe I'll have to do some research in my off time.
Coming down from a dopamine high. I'm just so excited, guys. Not only do we have confirmation from a 100% credible source, Mike Lindell, that Trump will be president this year. He's saying in August, guys. That's he says by August, which means 3 to 4 months, Trump will be president. So here's the timeline I'm looking at. It looks...
TubeMan says, I wonder what will happen when Trump dies. Will people like him just say Trump isn't dead and it's a ruse to throw off the deep state? Oh yeah. Yes. That is absolutely what's going to happen.
Like Easter 4th is probably when, on Easter is probably when the storm's going to start. It's going to be like 3 months of stormy weather.
There are going to be people 2,000 years from now who are like QAnon followers, and they're going to be like, any day, Trump's going to return.
And then we'll have Trump as our president again. Guys, we live in the most exciting times. We're watching a movie. We're watching an exciting movie. As I've shown, and I'm going to be showing more evidence from Ghost Ezra, that we're watching a movie, Politicians with Masks. Biden is being played by a comedian. That's why his gaffes are so funny. That's why he trips and stumbles on his words and says the funniest things, guys. We're watching a comedian, a live comedian. This never happened in all human history, where people are playing... They're actors pretending to be president, and everyone thinks they're president, and the actor's a comedian, and he's saying silly things, and Trump's gonna be president soon, and we're watching a movie. Guys, remember, Trump says, stay with me, deplorers. You'll love how this movie ends. We live in the most exciting time. We should be appreciative of God. If you're an atheist, you need to come back to God right now and rethink it, because God has blessed us. We are...
I'm good. If you're religious, that's great. I'm happy for you. But I'm good.
Blessed nation, country, world.
Looks to be a symbol that is used by the Atomwaffen Division, a U.S. American neo-Nazi terrorist and extremist group. No way. Hold on. Where are you getting this information? Seriously. Because if that's true, I need to know. Because that's quite a accusation to lay at his feet, you know? Because, like, it's this, right? But that's not that. It's not even close. I'm not saying it would surprise me, but that if you're going to claim someone's a neo-Nazi, you definitely need to have some supporting evidence. Yeah, I don't see anything in relation to it. Could be wrong. If someone has different information, please let me know, but I don't see it.
We're so lucky. We're so lucky. This is the most exciting time in all human history. And the most exciting time is the next...
Is it this symbol?
Silhouettes of...
Yeah, it is. Yes, yes it is. What is this symbol from? Huh.
Of AR-15s. And this is the crest of the church. It's got 2 crossed rifles and a sword and some crowns. We weren't allowed to know his address. Now that I'm here.
The Church of the AR-15. Small church in Pennsylvania gained international attention when they held a blessing ceremony with AR-15s 2 weeks after the Parkland shooting. Okay, what's the name of this organization?
Even with the church. My parents.
World Peace and Unification Sanctuary symbol. Hold on. No, it's not that. The king... Yes, this is it. Thank you. Yay! Crowdsourced research gets it done every time. The King's Report. About Reverend Hyung Jin Sean Moon. Reverend Hyung Jin Sean Moon was born in Tarrytown, New York as the youngest son of Reverend Sun Myung Moon. His famous father, the founder of the Holy Spirit Association for the Unification of World Christianity, also known as the Unification Church, was renowned for his stance against communism. Born in North Korea in 1920, Reverend Moon suffered under both Japanese and communist oppression and was imprisoned and tortured 7 times. During the Korean War, on the day prior to his execution in a North Korean death camp, he was liberated by U.S. forces. Communism's evils galvanized his resolve to establish Causa, a summary of Marxism's deep-seated flaws, and created the first alternative news outlet, the Washington Times newspaper. Hyung Jim Moon, blah, 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 blah. I just kind of want to know more about, like, their belief system. I'm probably going to have to look into these guys. Not just about the guy, though. Interviews? It's all just this shit. He wears a crown. That's quite interesting. So, does Peter follow this church? Rod of Iron Ministries. We believe in America. You know, the America our founding fathers originally intended, not this America our biased media wants us to believe in. We think for ourselves. We believe in the Second Amendment applies to all freedom-loving individuals across the planet. We believe it's time to stand together against tyrants and the destroyers of freedom. Freedom is fragile. Freedom is under attack. Freedom must be defended immediately. So it's like a group that thinks they should go and overthrow the government, basically. Because that fits for Peter. That makes sense based on who he is. That's true. You did link a documentary about the church. 30 minutes long, though. I'll probably save this for, like, Tinfoil Tuesday. And we will check all this out in regard to Peter and his beliefs. But, you know, I'm already going long on this stream, and I really want to go spend time with Baja, so let's finish this video up, and we will call it an evening. We'll get into this stuff more next time.
Next 3 months, and we get to experience it. We are blessed individuals. We are lucky. We are so what's another word for blessed or lucky? We should be
fortunate,
grateful for the wonderful things that are happening right now. I can't explain how elated, happy, grateful, excited, lucky I feel. This is gonna be amazing, guys. Please join me on the live stream Sunday, 12 Eastern, noon. This Sunday, we're going to throw a big party because Trump's going to be president by August, according to Mike Lindell.
That's going to be the saddest party in the history of parties.
Remember, Mike Lindell, Ghost Ezra, Donald Trump, and I are all betting our reputation on Trump being president next 4 months. If it
okay, you're going to lose.
If it doesn't happen, that would be catastrophic damage to all 4 of our reputations. But right now, we're in my opinion, based on my credibility calculator, we're all 100% credible individuals. So guys, if 4
I declare credibility,
credible individuals, Donald Trump, Mike Lindell, Ghost Ezra, and I are all saying Trump's going to be president next 4 months, you can count on it. You can bet on it.
You can't just say you're credible, Michael. I didn't say it. I declared it.
It's going to happen, guys. Now, I don't know what else to say. Join me on the live stream. We all got to celebrate this together. We got to have a big party, celebrate this wonderful time that Trump that's going to lead up to Trump becoming president soon. We need to celebrate this. This is a celebratory day. This is a celebratory moment. We should celebrate every day. I mean, that's what I'm going to do. You don't have to, but I'm going to celebrate every day until August because it's just good times. We live in great times.
Just vibing with Pete. I'm down. Have I really been going for over 4 hours? Holy shit.
Guys.
I'm a piece of shit. I gotta go spend time with Baja.
I hope you're as excited as I am.
I lost all track of time. I'm sorry, Baja. I love you.
I'm never more excited to make anything in my entire life. This is the best video I ever made. I'm so excited to share with all you guys. Hope it gets you pumped, excited, elated too. Join me on the live stream so we can all celebrate together. Great things are happening. As remember, Trump promised us good things were going to happen. He said, I'm supremely confident that our brightest days are just ahead. Just ahead means August, people.
No, it doesn't.
In fact, it might mean July, and it might mean the storm is happening April. So we are we're going to have a fun party all the way up to August. Every single video after this is going to be me being extremely excited, extremely happy, and all the people who watch my video because they think I'm crazy, oh, you're going to love the next videos because I'm going to look crazier, even crazier because I'm just so elated.
Yay! We did it! Peter, does that mean you watch my videos? Hi! Would you like to come and talk on my show? I'd love it. Hit me up at Twitter, @HannahReloaded.
Buy this truth, guys. I am just so happy. I am at a loss for words. Click on the description button on the bottom right corner of the screen. If you haven't already, great things are happening. Share this video with everyone you can, especially the tens of millions of depressed Republicans who are freaking out right now. They don't even know we're watching a comedian play Biden. They don't know we're watching a movie. Remember, Trump confirms it's a movie, and not just Trump, other people, many high credible people have confirmed we're watching a movie. Trump says, stay with me, the plurals. You'll love how this movie ends, guys. So this is a movie we're watching. It's confirmed. I'll post some more videos about how we're watching a movie, more evidence of it, but this is very, very exciting. And Republicans need to be cheered up right now. There's so much depression going on right now. There's so many Republicans out there that are extremely depressed, anxious, nervous. We gotta share this video with them. We gotta share the news. Just share this video. Share the love. Share the excitement. Let's party all the way on to August, and let's have a wonderful time. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being a supporter. I have now paid down half of my debt thanks to you guys.
Could be a grift.
Thank you so much. I'm honored, I'm humbled that you guys have helped me pay down half of my debt. I'm so happy, guys. I'm not sure I've ever been happier in my entire life. I'm so excited. Hope you are as excited as I am. Don't know how to end this video. I'm just super excited. Thank you for watching, and our brightest days are just ahead. Like, starting next month, it's gonna be amazing. That's my prediction. All right, everyone, have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful next 3 months, and let's just party all the way through. All right, see you guys.
Jesus Christ, Peter. Seriously, though, Peter, if you watch these videos, please come back to reality. This is all fake. Steve Martin is not the president. He's not pretending to be the president. It's Joe Biden that's the president. Sorry. I know you don't like that, but it's true. So anyway, sorry, I'm trying to check and see. I can see who subscribes to my YouTube channel, provided that information is public, and I'm trying to see if Peter subscribed to me. It doesn't look like it. That's unfortunate. Come subscribe, Peter. Peter, on YouTube. Like, follow, subscribe. Okay? The person who subscribes to me with the most subscribers, I'm not going to say who they are because that would be rude. But they have 2.51 million subscribers, and they subscribe to me. So if they wanted to shout me out, that'd be great. Okay, let's see who we can raid. I'll do some bits messages, and then we'll move on. Let me see. TubeMan642. You're a trooper, Hannah. I couldn't have sat through that. No, that's not who it is, Daddy Sume. And I wouldn't tell you guys who it is anyway. Like I said, it's rude to, tell people who subscribe to you. Keirthin says, these are spite bits. Let the chud seethe as I give money to support the oh, I read that one. Bardlock Moses says, love charisma saves. Antipodian Squid says, Hannah stats, fabulosity, +10. Giggle cuteness, +10. Patience for chuds, +7. Cuteness, +10. Cat mum skills, +10. Pyromancer says, I don't trust a guy with a candy cane tie, and so what will his excuse be in August? Oh, the deep state did something, and, whatever. We can probably raid, Rin, provided... Hold on. Sure. We will do so once I'm done with bits messages. Poss Patrol says, Peter reminds me of the kind of person that excitedly speculates on video about what his next Sonic the Hedgehog game or installment of his favorite comic book storyline is going to be like. Zealous55 with 50 bits says, it's this movie rhetoric that makes me the saddest. They cannot cope with reality. Yeah. Magic Lad TY with 20 bits says, how long do you think him becoming president again will be pushed back by these people? Another 2,000 years? Oh yeah, I responded to that already. What's his YouTube channel? Hold on. Oh no, do not open all my bookmarks, please. That would crash my computer immediately. Health Sanctuary Family. One sec. Old enough to know better now says Peter watched the movie Dave and took it too seriously. Zealous55 says, Mom, where is Dad? I want to play. Oh, honey, can't you hear he's making one of those videos on the internet again? Made you say I love Amazon. Thank you for following. I mean, they do. I am a contractor for Amazon, technically, because they own Twitch, so. Thanks for the money, Bezos. Please pay your employees better. No, I don't keep porn bookmarks. Tucker. Tucker White says, meant to be played right... Oh, I already read that one. Cold Stare, thanks for gifting a sub. Tucker White says, so wait, these guys think Joe Biden is savvy enough to hire Steve Martin to play Joe Biden this entire time, but somehow didn't cover every base to hide that, quote, Joe Biden, unquote, isn't actually Joe Biden? How does that make sense? It doesn't. It's a conspiracy. Devolio11 with 20 bits says, Matthew Modine is obviously playing Biden. Pyromancer says, Bruce Willis only knows how to play Bruce Willis. Lily Love Stuff says, why wouldn't the military send through someone like Eisenhower, who was like a literal general? Why would the military send someone who draft dodged? Like, I swear these people are beyond dumb. Is your dad still watching? I forgot. Dang it. Pyromancer says, I think he needs more stuff in the background that says, God wins. 2man642 says, I wonder what will happen when Trump dies. Will people like him just say, Trump isn't dead, it's a ruse to throw off the deep state? Yes. Zealous55 says, there are the same kind of people who overanalyze what a girl says in a minor passing, only to end up in her apartment to smell her hair while she's sleeping because all her no's are just playing hard to get. That got very specific. Tucker White says, fighting the quote-unquote deep state for 60 years? What does this guy think the CIA overthrowing God knows how many South American governments was? What does he think all our saber-rattling with Russia through the Cold War was? What does he think the Red Scare was? The military and the deep state are one and the same. Oh God, let's not have this discussion right now. Tucker White says, if Donald Trump overthrowing the quote deep state, unquote, is the greatest event in human history, then we're seriously lowering the bar for what's great. I'm pretty sure that most of us took this morning... I'm pretty sure the poop we took this morning is a greater accomplishment than this nonsense. Lily Loves Stuff with 20 bits says, how do you not know about the Moonies? I guess I'm just ignorant. Hey, Baja, your dad's in the chat. Let's not have this discussion. Oh, God. Tucker White says... Boy, that whole Sun Myung Moon backstory sounds like fanfiction garbage. Amori Miku says, I'm guessing this is what Peter's party will look like. Let me see if I can find it. Wow. I haven't seen an image load like that since... the 90s. You started it, I'm ending it. Fair. I remember that. We're almost done. Tucker White says, alright, Hannah, if you're not going to say it, I will. Grabs gavel. I doth declare whatever the F this guy's name is. Trippin'. Okay, I'll do it. He... be trippin'. Dab Newton 96, thanks for following. Pyromancer says, you gotta download your porn so you don't have to go searching. Okay, that's the end of the video. That's the end. Okay, let's see what Altered Rin is up to. Destroying Chuds with facts and logic. Sounds good. Let the raid commence, shall we? Alright, have a wonderful evening, everyone. I will see you all later. I hope you have a wonderful evening. You're all valid. Baja's dad, I hope to see you soon. We haven't seen each other since, Christmas, I think. Around Christmas time. So, I'm hopefully gonna get the vax soon, so we'll be able to hang out sometime and, you know, be normal people. Was it Thanksgiving? Wow, that was a while ago. Alright. Good night, everyone. See you guys later.